So we're just giving it a few more minutes for the pallets to settle the ROV, and then we will start on our transect here. But we can already see the seafloor, quite soft sediment, lots of sargassum. Obviously coming from the surface waters here. We were lucky that today we did not find so much of it on the surface. That allowed us to dive. And we also see actually quite a lot of marine snow and small planktonic jellyfishes.
Go ahead. Fantastic. So in general, when we're looking, as we're moving on, we'd like to snap zoom first on fishes before we start wandering off into looking at the more sessile organisms, if that's okay. Will do, but you always see them first. All right, so our plan for the day is to, we started on this flat sedimented area, and we're going to eventually move up one slope that we're interpreting as sort of a coherent landslide block, and then we're going to hit the top of that one, and then hopefully we'll be able to rise up another slope and make it to the top of the landslide's head wall. So the nice thing is it'll give us a variety of different environments.
Oh, so we're starting to get here some fish on the screen already.
Can I make the wild assumption that that's the green-eyed fish?
Let's have a look. Which didn't have much green eyes, right?
Right, the one we saw. Yeah, the one we saw yesterday. Truthfully, I do not know what kind of fish that is.
I was trying to see if it would turn around a little bit to see how its head looks like.
From the side?
Oh, yeah, from the side. Because the green eye fish has like sort of a flatter head.
I don't think it's cooperating with you, Joanna.
No, it's not.
We're at about 608 meters, which is the kind of the lower limit for the commercially valuable species here in this area, right?
Yeah, indeed. So we're hoping to come across some of those commercial fish species. Oh, look at that. Yeah, I do think actually that it is a green eye fish. It briefly turned there. It has a beautiful color. This mottled green and black along its body. I'm actually a little bit now in doubt looking at it a bit more closely, whether this could be the royal flagfin instead. We don't have yet one of our fish experts joining us in the chat room. That's a beautiful shot. Look at those iridescent colors.
We can see how soft and the sediment is, how unconsolidated it is, and the fact that it's probably made up of a lot of biogenic sediment.
We can see some of the sargassum there, just tumbling around.
Like a tumbleweed.
Yeah.
And then we can also tell there's a lot of disturbance on the seafloor, so it's probably related to animals. I think that fish wants to continue to be in center stage.
I think I've already seen actually an urchin in the background, hiding there with the sargassum, but we'll have a look at that later. Yes, it was, we passed it, so that's okay, no problem. Yeah, sure.
So we're already seeing some tracks on the seafloor that's sort of coming into view right in the center right now.
Are. And they do have an interesting configuration. They look like a zigzag.
Is there an animal that goes along with that? Oh, a can.
There we have a can.
Several cans.
Probably, yeah.
Many cans.
Probably not. It was not those making those tracks.
No, cans are not responsible for making those tracks. Isn't that interesting? It looks like it's raised.
Yeah. I wonder if this could have been one of those urchins that we've seen yesterday also making these sort of tracks.
It was unclear to me whether that was a raised track or not, like from yesterday. Could we zoom in on the purple thing coming into the center?
So we have here an Olathurian. I think we've seen one of these yesterday, or a couple of them yesterday. They were not very common though. Yeah, but they look very much the same. They have these sort of raised spines. Oh, and a small fish going by as well. Yesterday we had an incredibly diverse dive in terms of echinoderms. Not so many Olathurians, but we've seen lots of different types of urchins and sea stars and brittle stars and crinoids. So I wonder if today we're going to come across also that diversity. Oh, a really nice zoom-in view there on the Olathurian body.
And these Holothurians are just like super gelatinous.
Yeah.
And when you bring them to the surface, they don't always necessarily do so well.
Yeah.
So it's important that we image them here in the seafloor in their sort of optimal habitat so we can learn about them.
I think actually collected one of these in a previous expedition, and it was very rubbery. It was really like a rubbery consistency.
So we're just going to take a look around the seafloor, see what we can find. And chase the fish. That's what we're going to do today. Chase the fish. So hopefully we'll see more of those raised tracks, but this time maybe we'll also see what created them.
Yeah.
Yep.
Let's have a look at this.
Fast-moving fish.
Yeah.
Oh, and a brittle star.
And a brittle star there. Whoop. Oh, it just hit the seafloor. Oh. Yeah.
So evidently when they hit the seafloor, it can be a foraging behavior. Although that one might have just been surprised.
Yes, it might just have been a little bit surprised with the lights of the ROV.
But before, when we've seen fish, and sort of they dart down to the seafloor and then they
we have
touch it.
We have one here. in the water column. Let's have a look at, oh, nice. Oh, I think this is one of those pearl sites. It's a type of hatchet fish, actually. Possibly in the genus Marolicus, this one. And this is a genus that is found in the deep tropical and subtropical waters. Is that a beardfish? Let's see if it has these little barbels. Yes, it does. Look at that. Yeah. So I think this is, this is a beardfish.
So polymyxia?
Yeah, polymyxia. And so it uses those barbels to forage through the sediment. And you can see it also uses sort of the fins to revolve a little bit the sediment. Look at that. And this one is like 15 centimeters. Oh, beautiful image. It's a very interesting mechanism. So it will just go around along the seafloor with those barbels, sort of scanning.
Is it stirring up the sediment?
Yeah, it will stir up a little bit the sediment, and probably will sense the presence of small crustaceans and small worms. Let's see if we can actually see it eating something. Oh, look at that! It seems like it has sensed something there. Oh, very interesting. And we can imagine that it will spend many, many hours a day doing this to feed itself. So it seems like it has found something there. Look at that.
That's really cool. I wonder what it's trying to reach right now.
Yeah, we're hoping to see it grabbing something.
No idea.
Or maybe it's just showing off for us. Like, hey, look what I can do. Oh.
It's just having breakfast like we did. Slightly different location.
Slightly different menu.
That's true. No one offered us soft sediment for breakfast. Sure, let's stay a little bit longer and then we'll move on.
But it sure seems like it has found something there. So it's staying around, and you can see how it makes these pulses to revolve the sediment.
Yeah, now you can see its mouth
yeah,
moving.
you can see actually the mouth there.
Because I was about to say I don't see its mouth moving, but it was now.
Oh, look at that.
Oh.
Wow. Did it catch something?
I don't know.
Doesn't look like the mouth is moving much.
Looks like he's
But it's
hunting whatever
very
it was he was
interesting,
trying to find before. To be honest,
So
I don't know if this is a
yeah.
male or female, even though we're calling it he.
Yeah, I also don't know, to be honest. But we can imagine that it's this kind of behaviors that causes some of these markings that we've been seeing on the seafloor.
Mm-hmm.
Wow, this is really cool to observe. Great images, pilot. Thank you. I think we can continue. This was a...
Really cool.
Yeah.
There are some really big mounds of sediment.
There are.
For the relief that we're otherwise seeing. I wonder what's making those. So we're seeing a sargassum in the water, but here on St. Croix we're not having that same problem, yet there's quite a bit of sargassum on the seafloor.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. And so we're here, the dive has just started a few minutes ago. We're at 605 meters. The temperature on the seafloor is about 10 degrees Celsius. And we're just in the middle of an ROV watch change.
Mm-hmm.
All right. And so
now we can continue.
Yep. And so our goal is to try to image as many fish as we can, but it doesn't mean we're not going to stop for exciting things that are living on the seafloor as well.
Oh, we are coming across another fish.
Mm-hmm. What's that?
And one that we have not seen before.
Not us, at least.
No. It's rather white as well.
What a snout on that thing.
Yeah.
That's intriguing looking.
So let's have a good look at it, hoping that our fish scientists, fish experts here in the chat room can help us with an identification for this one. It's interesting because it has a very pale color all around.
And an elongated face. Wow, look at the skin on that.
Yeah, it looks almost like it has some sort of stars, a star pattern.
I don't see what you're talking about, but I'll believe you. I would have just called that bumpy.
Yeah.
Wow.
Really projected mouth there.
Yeah.
And you can clearly see those rays in the fins. Very translucent fins. It reminds a little bit of triggerfish in shallower waters.
The only thing I remember about triggerfish is that we had them in the Azores and they were quite delicious.
Yeah, that is true.
Thus saith the geologist.
But they're typically in shallower waters. They're typically far more colorful. So this one, but the overall shape, it reminds a little bit.
Yeah, so maybe it is a kind of triggerfish. Oh, look at this fish coming up. Oh, and they just turned. There are already a lot of fish that we're seeing.
That's one of these...
yeah, we just passed what?
Bearded fish.
Yep, and we just passed another one.
So it seems the fish that we just had a look at may not be a triggerfish, but rather a filefish, similar, or at least similar to filefish.
And this one's a polymyxia again, the bearded fish.
The bearded fish that we just saw earlier on, foraging through the soft sediment, using its barbels.
Oh, look, we found our first rocky outcrop. And these are really actually great places for fish habitat and for pretty much anything that needs a hard place to sit on the seafloor.
Exactly, because they do find some of those crevices or sometimes overhangs.
This one's very sedimented, though.
Yeah. So Michelle here in the chat room is saying still about that white fish we saw earlier, possibly in the family Monacanthidae.
So what should we zoom on here?
We can have a quick zoom in on the sponges that we're seeing. There's some to the...
Fantastic.
Yeah.
And there is a lot of sediment on this rock, so
there is.
It seems like it wouldn't necessarily be the world's best place for corals and sponges to live.
Yeah, indeed. Often we see those filter feeders and suspension feeder organisms attached to much sort of cleaner, hard substrate, where they can, get a better grip to grow. And I think actually we also have a crab there to the top, but let's first have a look at the sponges. And and so even though it is still a little bit difficult to see, but these are most certainly glass sponges. So this is within class Hexactinellida. They seem to have these very thin walled tubes. The one to the left, we can actually see some zoanthids also associated and living on the sponge. And this is a rather common association we see with these glass sponges. Because they have this sort of rigid skeleton, they are actually a very good hard substrate for other organisms. And they don't seem to really bother the sponge much. In some cases, we even see that the sponge somewhat adapts its skeletal formation to actually accommodate these zoanthids.
Oh, look, a little...
that's a goniasterid.
Is that the cookie star?
Sea star, yes. Yep. Or the ravioli star.
Ravioli star, yep. People are evidently hungry when they're looking at this one. And what's interesting to me about this rock is it's shaggy. Look at all the stuff that is living on it. Ooh, fish. So there's just a coating across all of the things on this rock. And
it looks somewhat rusty, doesn't it? Like this orangey, a little bit orangey.
Probably just a little bit weathered. Yeah.
Oh, that's a beautiful sea star.
What is to the right of the sea star?
Well, there's
the clear thing.
Yeah, that's a thin encrusting sponge.
Okay. But you can see all the sediment that's sitting on this rock. It must be very hard for these animals to kind of make it through that sediment to get onto their nice hard substrate.
Yeah. And that's why in such cases you will mostly see sponges and corals attached to the side of the of the rock, not so much on the upper surfaces
where there's less sediment.
Yeah, exactly. So let's have a quick look at these sponges. They're probably in the family Phareidae.
And they're quite tiny. If you saw the lasers, which were 10 centimeters apart.
Oh, but it's very pretty. You can see here this sort of a squared network of spicules, so you can clearly see the skeleton here.
Very cool.
That's beautiful. So delicate. Yeah, let's have a look at the one also to the left, which has some of those zoanthids associated with it. That's a beautiful one. And we don't quite know what the benefit for the sponge might be with its association with these zoanthids, but for the zoanthids it's most likely because the sponge can keep this sort of water flow going, so they can benefit from food particles, or simply because it's a very good hard substrate for them.
Right? Does there have to be a benefit for the sponges or not?
No, not necessarily. And you can see there on the outside of the sponge. So there's not any risk of clogging the aquifer system, which obviously would be detrimental for the sponge.
And other things we saw when we had zoomed in were old worm casts, so the tubes that the worms are in, and we also saw what looked like some shells. So, at first glance, this looks like it's been used for quite some time for biology, and it's quite possible that it is a limestone block, and if so, it may have some fossils in it. It's hard to tell with this rock that is so weathered.
Oh, there's something very transparent here on the water column. Trying to figure out whether this could be, yeah, please. Oh, moved really fast. Wonder if it could be some sort of a fish, a very juvenile or fish larvae of some sort. Yeah, it looks like some sort of very early stage of a fish. Very transparent still. Thank you. Yeah, it was a difficult one.
And pilot, watch lead. We had a request from the shore scientists that if we start seeing these algal mats again, or the sargassum mats, that maybe we look in them a little bit to see if they might be sheltering juvenile fish. Thank you. I feel like if we zoom in on every crevice here, we'll never leave because it's going to be so interesting. That's true.
Oh, but I see there at the center, coming into center now, one of those hydrocorals. This white branching. We have also seen some of these earlier in previous dives.
So
possibly,
fish.
Yeah.
Do we know what kind of fish that is?
I couldn't see in detail. Not sure if it was, again, one of those pearl sides. Let's have a look. Ooh, very fast.
The back looks translucent.
Yeah, we are actually seeing a number of these small fishes here. So now whether if those are juveniles of larger fish, or if they just happen to be a species that doesn't attain great sizes. It's difficult to say, of course. And some more of these really delicate glass sponges. Oh, another one of those holothurians that we've seen earlier.
Interestingly enough, just making its way at home on the soft sediment, it doesn't, and that's what it eats, right? It will basically
So it's
walk through the sediment.
Yeah. So it will just
trying to pick up organic matter.
Engulf a lot of that sand, and then just extract from it any organic matter that might be in it, and then just excrete the rest of the sand, so all of the mineral part. A lot of sediment here, indeed.
And a lot of weathering, and a lot of biological material that's sort of grown up around it. It's basically impossible to tell what this rock is. We can make a guess that it's probably carbonate, but it's really impossible to know.
You would need to collect one to...
Yeah.
Oh, we have another fish coming into view there.
It's a good point to mention that today we are not going to be collecting any samples except water samples.
Exactly.
As we are within the 12 nautical mile boundary of the territorial waters. So we will do our best to image everything very, very well so that we can understand what we're looking at. But we will be collecting water samples, but nothing else.
Pilots, can we get the lasers on just to have a view for the size of the fish? Okay.
About 20 centimeters.
Yeah, like 15, 20. Yeah. Thank you.
It's hanging out with a squat lobster, I think.
Yeah. Let's just have a good zoom in. That will be useful here for our fish experts. That's a beautiful. And the dorsal fin is just like this very transparent, and you can see just slightly those rays.
Mm-hmm.
It's beautiful. Thank you. So this might be a eel of some sort. Let's maybe have a quick zoom in on that white sponge there. Oh, that's very interesting because it has all these threads, which from a distance look like speckles, but they don't seem to be.
And actually, while you're looking at the sponge, look to the left, and you can see that it looks like this rock is a limestone that's composed of old corals.
Yeah, you can see some of the, looks like scleractinian skeletons there.
I think there was a cup coral below a little bit, or something that may have looked like it.
But this is, so again, this is a glass sponge, and this one we can see it has like this sort of a flabellate shape, so like a ear shape. And it has all of these spicules fringing it, and you can see how a lot of the sediment actually gets trapped on those spicules. And this is probably because the sponge will draw water in from its lower surface. So what we're looking at here is the exhalant surface, so the upper surface, and that's it will be through those openings that the water will exit the sponge. So by keeping that sort of flow of water going, any sediment that might be coming from above will actually be retained on that fringe spicules there. That's a very cool shot. What is that? Something blobby looking.
But I totally guess tunicate.
Yeah, that's what I was thinking, actually. One of these carnivorous tunicates.
If so, we haven't seen very many tunicates.
Yes, it is. I think it is.
Yes. So we're trying to sneak up on the tunicate. Or what we think is a tunicate. What do you think, Joanna?
I think it is one. Even though we cannot see very well. But I think it is one, and it will have an opening on the lower end.
Mm-hmm.
It's a predatory tunicate. It's actually very interesting because this is a good example on how completely different taxonomic groups, some species or some families have adapted to these deep water conditions. So tunicates are also just like sponges. Typically they just filter water and remove from the water the nutrients and oxygen that they need to live. And in both cases we see examples of evolving a predatory lifestyle.
Did you notice that there's a crinoid right on top of that?
Yes, I saw the olopus, yeah.
Mm-hmm. Those might be our favorite finds from these last couple of dives.
So we can see actually here on the center of that of the blob, we see an opening, and that is also where the water will flow through.
Mm-hmm.
And so both in sponges and in these tunicates, it looks like, you know, they've just adapted their lifestyle to be able to capture larger prey,
mm-hmm.
and therefore, you know, be fed for longer time in what is normally considered a food poor environment.
Mm-hmm.
So it's very cool. It's the first one we've seen actually on this expedition.
Yeah, I don't think we've seen a tunicate yet. Thanks, Pilot. That was awesome.
Thank you.
Oh, there's a crab right above it.
Oh, there is. It's one of those carrier crabs, isn't it? It's carrying a glass sponge, I think.
Most of the time we see the carrier crabs, right?
Yeah, and it is. It is carrying, it looks like, or is the sponge on this?
Kind of hard to tell.
It's hard to tell.
No, I think it's holding it.
It is holding it, isn't it?
And so these are the kinds of crabs that have modified legs that then hold up a piece of something.
A sponge or a coral, and we think they use it for as a camouflage.
Perhaps they just like it. No, really. I know it's for camouflage.
Yeah.
Boy, it's just nearly impossible to really even see what this rock is below all of this stuff on it.
Yeah.
I'm still going to stick with my initial. I think it's carbonate, and I think it's some fossil coral. I may be wrong. But you're right, it is very orangey. It's definitely weathering. So we're zooming in on, what is that to the right?
Oh, looks like a small scleractinian coral.
Oh,
yeah.
Oh. Yes, you did. You got a little more than he bargained for that morning. So I think everyone knows, but it's far more difficult than it appears to work on the seafloor, and our ROV pilots are truly amazing at what they do.
Yeah.
And this kind of area, while it's not terribly dangerous because it's soft sediment, it does have the opportunity, kind of kicks up dust sometimes.
Yeah. So it gives us other challenges.
Exactly.
And so I was also checking here a little bit about these predatory tunicates. So apparently there are 2 species within this genus, Megalodicopia, but they seem to be very widely distributed. And they're also known as ghost fish because I guess because of this appearance that they have. And they're only found in deep water, in fact.
And so we're just running into these small rocky outcrops, which are sort of distributed along the seafloor. There's probably more of them than we can see. They're probably just buried in sediment mostly.
Yeah.
But what we're looking at as we go by them is not just for sponges or corals, but also to see if there's juvenile fish habitat or if there's places where adult fish may be hiding.
Oh, and I think we have there to the left one of those aspidodematid urchins that we've seen yesterday.
Say that 3 times
Oh
fast.
gosh, yes. Aspidodematid urchin.
Very nice. Very nice.
That's a mouthful.
What is that dark pink thing?
That will be a solitary coral. So a scleractinian coral. Possibly in the genus Javania. Not 100% sure. Oh, there's a little shrimp just to the back of it. And
is that
small sponge to the right.
That's what I was wondering what that thing below it was.
Actually, I think that's a rock sponge, a small.
You can see what looks like a light manganese coating on some of these rocks, but they're so covered in sediment that's even really hard to see. It also looks like they have void spaces, so holes basically in the rock.
Oh, and I'm wondering, can we have a zoom in at that? Yeah. Let's have a look at that.
Is that a piece of, what is that?
Let's have a look at it.
Fluffy ball may be the best descriptor of it at this moment.
It reminds me both of a rock sponge, but also of a xenophyophore, which is a group of forams, of very large forams.
Sure, it's not a piece of coral? And look, there's a little, is that a little coral above?
Yeah, that's also a small scleractinian there. I'm really undecided about this one. If it is a sponge, it would be a dead sponge. But the structure doesn't... Oh yeah, actually it does look like it might be a dead lithistid sponge.
Oh, okay.
Or would it be a xenophyophore? Sometimes they're really difficult to tell apart when they're like this.
So it's amazing what you see when you zoom into the seafloor. So we can see a coral. There was something munching on something else over in the bottom left-hand corner of the screen, a little past where we were.
So this structure seems to be really weathered, but yeah, I guess I would go with xenophyophore.
What is a xenophyophore?
It's a foraminifera, and these are actually all of that we're looking at is actually one single cell, but multinucleate. So it has several nuclei, but it's one single cell foram. Really large. And they're found in different shapes here in the deep sea. Some look more like brain-like, other are a bit more bushy like this one was, or lamellate as this was. Oh, there we go again, one of those predatory tunicates. You're coming center, just on that side of that small rock there. Oop.
Just zipping out of view as we
need to. Yeah, we need to
look at these rocks.
We're having a ship movement here, so.
So we're just following along this little local high. The rocks are very platy, but they're very broken up and entirely covered in sediment.
But let's see if we also find some more of those sea cucumbers and look at its feeding. We haven't seen yet any large coral, like branching corals, like black corals, or
not at all.
Just only small solitary scleractinians.
So we're going to take a moment to have some introductions.
Good morning, everybody, from the Global Foundation for Ocean Exploration team. I'm Art Howard, and I'm in the control room producing a highlight video today. Alongside me is Brian Doros, who's on video engineering and broadcast. Navigating is Mark Durbin, co-pilot Andy O'Brien, and piloting Todd Gregory. Enjoy the dive.
Thanks, Art, and thanks to all of our colleagues here at the Global Foundation for Ocean Exploration. Joanna and I are here in the room. Joanna's our biology lead. I'm the geology lead. And we're just wandering up this sedimented rocky slope here at the southwest corner of St. Croix in hopes of, really, we're looking for fish. That's our main goal for today, but we'll take whatever else we find.
Yeah, and to characterize the habitat where these fish may live on. Oh, our first stalked crinoid.
I'll trust you. I didn't even see it. Oh, but what's flying in the water column?
Let's probably a ctenophore of some sort.
It does look like a ctenophore.
Yeah.
So pretty. So it looks like we're coming off bottom, and we'll find out why in just a minute. So bear with us.
For those of you joining us from onshore, we are coming off bottom and holding for now while the ship assesses the sargassum buildup situation. In general, we've been struggling with sargassum clogging our seawater intakes over the past few days, and as soon as they can, the engineering will provide us an estimate of if we can continue the dive or if we need to come all the way up and recover. So stand by. Thanks for your patience. All right. Sounds like we're successful at cleaning out, or the engineers were successful at cleaning out the sargassum from the intakes. So we are heading back down to the bottom, and we'll be back momentarily. It is quite possible we will deal with the situation again on this dive, so stand by if it happens again.
Yeah, and we've been
keep
seeing.
you updated.
Yeah, we've been seeing quite a bit of sargassum on the seafloor, so.
Oh, we'll just keep our fingers crossed.
Yeah.
Actually, the University of South Florida studies sargassum distributions via satellite, and they've noted that June this summer was an all-time record for sargassum distributions in the Caribbean. So it is an exceptional time for sargassum out here.
Mm-hmm. But it's great that we're heading back to the seafloor, and actually we're now on an area with far more hard substrate.
That is definitely true, Joanna.
So does this mean we've reached actually that first wall that we were, yeah, I think we're on that wall now.
What do you think the yellow thing is that's sort of coming into the center? Is it a sponge?
I think it's a sponge.
Oh, there's a couple of them.
With that color we've seen earlier were Ertwigia falcifera, but that one looks a bit too much opaque to be the same thing.
Oh, there's a lot of them.
There's a few of them, actually, yeah.
And so we did sort of find I think the first cliff that we were looking for. It is still very, very heavily sedimented, and the rocks are just completely overgrown with stuff. That's a technical term.
Stuff.
Can you zoom in on that fish, please?
Oh, that's a small,
very small fish. We see another starfish at the bottom right. We see
that looks different, actually.
Yeah, it does, because it looks more raised.
Yeah.
So we'll take a snap at that once we have a chance to finish looking at this fish. Several fish. If the fish would just be cooperative and go over to the sea star,
or
it would make life so much easier.
Or just come over to right in front of our camera.
Sometimes they're just not very cooperative. Thanks.
And we're actually having here an identification from Chris Ma here in the chat room, and that is our echinoderm specialist, saying that it's a tremaster, this sea star. We did not see this yesterday. So yet another...
There's also a woo after that, so it must be very special.
Yeah. Oh, beautiful. Look at those 2 feet there.
They look so they're, I see the tube feet, but are the long skinny things also tube feet? Because they look so much more delicate than the other tube feet.
Yeah, but I think they are.
They're all tube feet?
I think so. Oh, and just the structure of the surface, it's beautiful. Look at that. And it has this very thin margin.
Hey, Chris.
Greetings.
Hi, Chris. Good morning. Buenos dias.
Buenos dias. Chris Kelly used to actually time how long it would take for me to call in when we saw a starfish. He had it down to an art. So this is an asteroid called Tremaster, possibly Tremaster mirabilis. It's monotypic, but they occur all over the world. And in theory, it's all the same species, but I've been noticing that a lot of them are different from some of the others. And this one isn't quite the same as some of the other pictures of this species that I've seen from this area. But this is a mysterious animal. People have been collecting them for years, but, you know, they have these bizarre, you see those 5 slits that are in each interradius, and sort of those are actually chambers that extend to the underside. And in theory, water goes through them, and they use those chambers to aerate something, and they can, you know, sort of flatten out on the surface. It's not entirely clear what they do. There are fossils of animals like this in Antarctica. Not Tremaster specifically, but animals just like this, as well as from the Jurassic of Germany. So, again, it's one of these animals that has kind of an archaic appearance, similar to Holopus, but we really don't know what they're doing down here. I mean, this one's probably feeding on something. I don't know what's underneath it necessarily.
Well,
but,
it just moved over a sponge
there. Yeah, well, if it's feeding on us, we've seen one specimen in the North Atlantic feed on soft coral, and it wouldn't surprise me if they were more generalist predators. But we'll probably see, in theory, people have speculated that these are brooders, and so, Pleurotomeriid. Okay, you guys have that snail. Okay, well, that's a slit shell, really interesting animal. Anyway, the Tremaster is a real, it's thought to be brooder, and it's not, I've never actually seen it do that, but for whatever reason, they tend to occur in abundance when you see them, so you'll probably see more of them today. But
excellent.
Anyway, I'll let you get back to it. Looks like you have a Hertwiggia or something. Thank you.
Brilliant. Thank you. Thank you, Chris. That was great. So it is very interesting what Chris was saying about, you know, the species or potentially being just one species distributed all over the world, and how, you know, having the opportunity to do these observations help us to better understand those biogeographic patterns. So perhaps it will not be all the same species everywhere, but we start seeing some of these differences. in different oceans or different subbasins. There are a number also of sponge species that are thought to be globally distributed, and the more we look into those, we realize that there are small but very consistent differences between them. And of course, with the advent of molecular techniques, that gives us an extra powerful tool to really better understand what are the limits of those different species. Yeah, we're seeing here again some more of these small glass sponges, but also the hydrocorals, likely Cryptelia. Oh, there's a fish there, actually.
Fish,
is it again?
if we can.
Oh, that is
that
not.
Looks. Is that the Muller's pearl side or not?
That is what? Sorry, I didn't get.
The Muller's pearl side, or is that?
No, I don't know. That's a different one.
Take a closer look at it.
I was wondering if this was a beardfish, but I didn't see its barbel, so I don't think... no, it looks different. Doesn't it?
So we're looking down on it, which is a little bit different than we normally see.
Yeah, but I don't see those barbels, so I don't think it will be the same thing. Let's see if anyone here in the chat room can give us a positive identification of this.
Well, whatever it is, it's a healthy looking specimen.
Yeah. What? Yeah. Oh, now we can have actually a better look at it. Well, if you didn't just swim away.
Yes.
Immediately.
I'm always so impressed that the RV pilots can so easily chase fish. Thank you.
Now as well.
So this slope is just incredibly sedimented. And it's not really a wonder that we're not seeing a huge amount of abundance of life, because it's hard to find a place to settle here.
Is that a crab there on the left on that wall face?
Maybe zoom in on it, Pilot.
Yeah, if we can. Oh, it's another one of those carrier crabs, isn't it? But this one seems to be holding a coral. Oh, that's interesting because we haven't seen corals yet.
Well, we've seen the solitary corals.
So yes, but not these.
But it is weird.
Shaped, yeah.
This is our
So
first.
It looks like
our first identification of this coral is on a crab.
It's on a crab. So they're much better at finding them than we are. Yes, it is. Look at that. So we've seen one of these carrying a sponge earlier on, a phareid or a uretid sponge. Oh, look at that.
And this just convinces me more and more that we're looking at a fossiliferous limestone, because every time we zoom in, we don't just see modern, shells or modern worm casts. We're seeing really old, cemented together corals.
Yeah, and this coral reminds me of a Chrysogorgia that we saw yesterday. So this might be the same thing as we saw yesterday on our dive on the north of the Lang Bank. Yeah, and we also see there a sponge there, a demo sponge there to the right, possibly a petrosid sponge. Oh, and a beautiful encrusting sponge there as well. So first Chrysogorgid of the dive.
And it's attached to a crab.
Yes.
It's kind of weird.
Riding on a crab.
But it looks very healthy.
Yeah, it does. And you see a lot of those tube worms, calcareous tubes also embedded, almost cemented there on those rock ledges.
And in these rocks, you're getting this very faint suggestion of layering, but it's so hard to tell. In fact, some of them look like they're kind of slowly dipping down. So we're coming, looks like to the edge of this rocky outcrop and back into a little bit of sediment.
Yeah, and we're now at 552 meters depth. And our goal is to ascend up to roughly 400 meters. What is that?
Ooh, can you zoom in?
Let's have a look. Is it a flatfish of some kind, or?
That is what the pilot thought.
Oh, it is. It is moving now. Oh? Oh, it is. It's like a Lophios. It's one of these. It's like an anglerfish. Look at that.
Look at how beautiful that fish is.
Oh, it's beautiful. Look at that mouth.
Awesome. Hello.
Hi there.
What kind of fish is
this? It's an anglerfish. So you see it uses sort of this little pole on the top of its head, and it will, at the very tip, it will bioluminesce, and so it uses to attract prey.
Yeah. Look at its eyes.
Oh, look at that. It's beautiful.
This is fantastic. Yes, you can see the lure quite clearly right there. And then it has these just pearlescent eyes.
Yeah.
And quite a mouth, as you said. And its beard, those are all barbels, right? They're all sensing organisms.
Yeah. It's really nice. We also have some of these fish up in the Azores plateau, of course, and I remember for a long time talking to the fishermen, and they called it the devilfish. So for many years, they would collect them and just throw them off board because they thought it would bring them bad luck.
Well,
so they were not being consumed at all.
Are they consumed now?
Oh yes, yes. it's actually a very good fish. In Portugal, we call them tamboril.
So that's a goosefish, a lofidae.
Yeah.
I don't know why it's called a goosefish. To me, there is no resemblance to a goose.
To a goose whatsoever, yeah.
But our pilots were saying that when they've seen these previously, they're also incredibly fast and can grab a fish as it's going by and predate on them. So it's they're fun to watch in action. Still waiting to find out why this is called the goosefish. All right. So we got this fantastic beauty shot of this goosefish.
It's not very large,
no,
actually.
it's only about 20 centimeters.
20, 30, yeah.
Yeah, but we need to keep moving a little bit as the ship moves and Sirius moves. We've got to continue to move with it. But how cool is that? Anglerfishes are like among my favorite. They are so neat.
So while we haven't seen many of the different fish, we've seen already quite a few different species.
True.
Not very dense, the area, but... Yeah, we're seeing here another one. Yes.
Great, thank you.
Thank you.
So we don't have much time to take a look at this fish. It does look like one we've seen before.
Yeah, we've seen before, but we didn't...
And it...
Oh, what is it? Is it eating?
I don't know. Looks very agitated now. And those little solitary corals off to the right, right? Mm-hmm. So we're seeing a lot more of those solitary corals. Thank you. And we're going to keep wandering along this fairly sedimented plain. Mm-hmm. So we're going to move forward a little bit more. And then hopefully we'll have a little time to check out exciting things on the seafloor as they appear before us. Mm-hmm. So we're moving past this sedimented plain, which these pointy mounds are just so interesting to me. I don't know what they are. But here's another outcrop. Oh, wow, this one's super blanketed in sediment. But may also still provide a place for biota. Yeah, could we zoom in on that if it's possible?
Oh, and it seems that Scott found here an answer to your question as to why it was called a goosefish. So apparently, its common name derived from the belief that it could swallow a goose whole. There you go, Deb.
Okay, that's weird. So we're going to zoom in on this piece of sargassum, which we haven't done yet on this dive. We've seen a lot of it, but we haven't zoomed in on it. But one of the theories is that there might be a place for juvenile fish to hang out. In this case, it looks like it's a place for a crinoid to hang out. Yeah. Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. So I haven't seen fish yet, but it does seem like there's a couple of things living in here. And for those of you just tuning in, that sargassum is the bane of our existence in the last several days.
Yeah.
Thank you so much, pilot.
Oh, what is that?
I don't know, but what's off to the right that's pinkish?
Oh, is it another one of those? Oh, it looks much pinkier here. Let's... Oh, is that a Shaunax? It is. Look at that.
I just love their grumpy faces. So we saw one of these a couple days ago.
So it is one of those toadfish.
Yep. Very cranky looking.
Yeah. Yeah, I think the goosefish looked a bit happier.
So they also have that lure between their eyes, right?
Yeah, I think they have that little structure there. Oh, look at how the pectoral fins are modified, and they just look like
they're walking
legs. They
walking
walk.
feet.
They walk.
Yeah.
Along the seafloor. And we've seen, on a previous dive actually, we've seen one of those swimming between two rocky areas. And that was very, very interesting because we don't often see them like that.
This is probably not the smartest question, but do they actually swim or do they sort of jump from place to place?
Oh, I think they do swim still.
Okay. I was just wondering because their fins are modified for walking.
Yeah.
Those guys are awesome.
I think there we have another fish to the right. Or is it not? Maybe it isn't. No. Probably an urchin test. There's actually a couple of urchins here.
Mm-hmm.
These cedaroid urchins, the ones that look like these are the ones that have those modified spines, that very flattened.
It's the two on the left, right? Or the
yeah,
cedaroid
exactly.
urchins?
Yeah.
One of them is carrying what looks like a crab.
Oh, there is. Yes, it is the one
That's
to the one to the left.
Yeah. Or maybe it's sitting on the sargassum. It's hard to tell.
No, I think it is on the urchin. Yeah. Yeah.
And as you were saying, some of these spines look like flanges. Mm-hmm. So some are just pointy and some are wider and more look like a paddle.
We did not see these on yesterday's dive, I think, but we've seen them earlier on. Mm-hmm. I think when we were in Mona Block. So these are Cedaris blackae, according to our echinoderm expert here in the chat room, Chris Ma. Yeah, this is also an urchin.
Is this one alive, though?
Yeah, that's what I'm trying to figure out. Looks like there's some serpulid worms already living on it.
Oh, there's a tiny shrimp. So this may not be alive anymore. Look at how clear those are.
Yeah.
They're translucent. And defending their homes.
So these are what are called the heart urchins. You can see a little bit by the shape.
Mm-hmm. I really want to know what's creating these mounds like the one that we're seeing in the top left-hand corner.
Yeah, I really wonder, because we haven't seen yet.
Of course, the only way we'll find out is if there's
yeah.
something sitting next to it or
Yeah.
on top of it.
And even then, won't be easy.
Mm-hmm. So we had just climbed up our slowly sloping wall, and now it looks like we're getting into a pretty flat section.
Okay. Oh, there's a fish there. Yeah, there's a fish here now in the right. And this one is the one that looks like the green eye, isn't it? Although it doesn't have the same coloration as we've seen earlier on. Oh, there's a burrow there of some sort. And quite large one, actually. So I remember from a previous expedition to see, large area of this sedimented seafloor where you would see a number of burrows, and there's at the entrance of each one of them was a squat lobster, like guarding the entrance of, those, of their burrow. Yes, and they were very abundant, but we haven't seen any of those here yet. We're seeing there another one of those sea urchin. Sorry.
So yesterday's dive at Lang Bank, which is on the northeastern side of St. Croix, it was like a just urchin and echinoderm and sea star and urchin, and it was just filled with echinoderms yesterday. And it was incredibly interesting because it was sort of like all shapes, sizes, and colors. You couldn't, every time you turned around, it was a new echinoderm that we hadn't seen before. So it was very, very cool.
And we're starting to see here more of these trail marks.
Yeah.
We've seen some of these yesterday. And they seem to be made by Conolampa, so one type of urchin.
Highlight, can we zoom into the top left? Oh, it's going off screen right now. Never mind. Yep. Yeah, there. Thank you. Yep, it's coming right into dead center. You're starting to see there is a track, and then there is
something there.
But I can't tell what the something is.
Let's have a look. Oh, good eye, Deb. Oh, it is an urchin.
Oh, but it does not look like it's a happy urchin.
Well,
notice it was right at the end of the trail, or at least I thought it was at the end of the trail.
It seems like it's still moving, isn't it?
Very slowly. A shrimp.
Or is it just us moving?
I think it's us moving, personally, but I don't know.
No, I think it's moving.
Oh, it's alive.
I
it's
really
alive.
think it's...
Chris Moss says it's alive. Oh,
so
I guess I see it now, waving in the breeze.
You see?
Yeah. So is that a mechanism to escape notice, considering it is completely covered in sediment?
Look at that. So it is probably, this is what's been doing those tracks all along.
So it's an irregular urchin. And what we saw is that it's sort of sitting at the end of a track that we could see as we were passing by.
Good eye there, Deb. Wow,
Thank you.
I really didn't see that.
Finally, I got one.
From such a distance, yeah. And you can see just how well it blends in with the sediment.
Do you want to do a little snap zoom on this? This is
Yeah, this is the Formosoma, I think, the one that has
with
these
the
inflated
puffy spines.
Yeah. Oh, and I think we have there our first Dicopathus as well of the dive, so that's great. So if we can have a look at this.
So which one do you want to look at first?
Yeah, the one in the center.
Okay.
Here, the urchin with the inflated spines.
Okay. This one's just tootling along the seafloor. It is moving. Pilot, could you turn the lasers on when you have a chance? Oh, how
Oh,
beautiful.
yes, look at that. Oh, and there's actually a shrimp. There's a shrimp there, right on top of it. And these are very interesting because once outside of the water, they actually completely collapse. They just look like these pancakes. Oh, look at the shrimp hanging on there.
So one of our shore-based scientists, Scott France, who was the biology lead for the previous expedition 2205, said, "Those are beautiful until you get stabbed with a spine."
Yeah, you have to be careful handling those.
Those are
They will
just,
have this toxin,
Yeah.
isn't it?
but amazing looking.
Beautiful.
If we could, that would be great. And so, yep, the lasers.
That's like a 10 centimeter. Yeah,
Yep, very helpful.
pretty much.
And we're going to take
Yeah,
a
let's
quick.
have a quick look here
Yep.
at this, the first.
While you're looking at the coral, what's the thing in the white thing behind?
I think
to the
it's
right?
an urchin test.
Okay,
Again.
so we will look at this beautiful
Yeah, but
coral.
let's have a look at the coral first. Yeah, and I was saying earlier that this could be a black coral, but it doesn't look like so. Actually, it's an octocoral of some sort, but it doesn't look to me like a black coral here.
It is
So it
probably the
looked,
genus
yeah.
Rhizopus.
Radicipus, okay. So, yeah, great that we were able to do a zoom in here, because sometimes these coiled corals can be quite different.
So you're
And then
saying that they're...
this is actually a very long one. Look
Yeah.
at that.
So
Is
you're
that
saying,
like more than a meter long or so?
I don't know. And so we're just
Yeah,
going
it
to keep
looked-
moving forward.
Yeah, it looked like possibly a meter long or more. Gonna take a note of that.
Yep. And we, if you can do a quick zoom, that would be great. Yep. But we know that you have things to do. These keep looking like the same fish. We've definitely seen this one already. I don't know if we had an actual ID on it or not. Thank you. And then there's another one of those urchins with the puffy spines. Did you say Formosa? Is that what you called it?
Formosa, yeah.
And so...
Formosoma placenta.
Formosoma
Placenta.
Soma. Placenta. Yeah. Good, this might be another urchin dive. We did like the echinoderm dive yesterday.
And I wonder actually if the different coloration is just usual, or if that could be different species.
If only we had an
Some are
echinoderm
really dark.
expert
Let's
to ask.
Yeah.
And so we're just tooling along on the seafloor right now. We are seeing a lot of bioturbation. We're seeing a lot of these small mounds. We've been seeing some tracks or traces that are left as echinoderms move across the seafloor.
But we still don't know what's making these larger mounds here.
No idea. And then we just passed a couple of burrows. By the way, I don't feel any need to look inside the burrows. Just so we are all on the same page. No need to look inside the burrows. Nope.
You mean just in case it's a giant isopod?
Just in case it's a giant isopod. I also don't like lobsters, you know. Sorry for all of you who study crustaceans. So what are those little things growing in the middle here?
Let's have a look there.
Could we zoom in on that, pilot? Thank you.
Oh, okay. Actually, we've seen this earlier in the previous dive. So these are zoanthids, and they're growing over something that we're not quite sure what it is. So when we saw this earlier on, we were considering whether this would have been a stalk of or the axis of some coral that would have been left behind and just colonized by these zoanthids. But we still haven't come to a conclusion, because it seems like a rather thick, alternatively could be some sort of tube worm that would have built this tube, but it seems rather large to me. But we have certainly seen this. I think it was on Monoblock we saw actually quite a number of these.
So do zoanthids mostly grow on dead things, or do they grow anywhere they can?
They mostly grow on. Well, they can also grow on live sponges.
Oh, because we saw them earlier.
For instance, but they typically don't build like a hard skeleton of their own like that. That we were seeing here. So this coil is very interesting.
So one of our shore-based scientists, Nolan Barrett, is saying that the one we thought looked like a green eye might be a duckbill flathead.
Okay.
Considering my knowledge of fish is about, look, it's pink, I think that I would be happy to listen to the scientists in our chat room about this. Look at all these track marks coming up. Oh, and there's a brittle star and something white. And maybe it's not a brittle star, is it?
No, I think it looks like
just a sea star?
A true star.
Yeah.
Let's have a look.
Yeah,
there's a small fish there on the water column, just above it.
Maybe we can zoom in on the fish
first. Yeah.
Is the sea star's not going anywhere? I'm really intrigued by these pointy mounds we keep seeing.
Yeah. We've seen quite a few of those now. Oh, look at that. Very shiny. Oh, this is... Remember yesterday we saw a fish that was behaving oddly, we thought. It's actually doing the same now. This sort of
shaking.
Is it the
same fish, though, or not?
Yeah, it looks very similar because it had like this very flat surface. It looked like almost like square, in section. It's doing the same. So maybe it is just like that.
I don't know. Boink.
Oh. But it's
didn't mean to do that.
Yeah. Yeah, so yesterday we were wondering if that fish could have been, not feeling so well, but it seems like this is probably just normal behavior.
Well, it may be normal, but it may not, because it is seeing a lot more light than it would normally
that is true.
See, so it could be being disturbed by the ROV lights and being confused by the ROV lights. But we did definitely see that.
Oh, and Scott France actually is here saying in the chat room that there are a few zoanthids that can generate their own skeleton. So I was wrong about that, but...
No, you were mostly right.
Yeah, I've never seen, actually, those. So I've mostly seen zoanthids overgrowing other...
you were mostly right with an exception to the rule. look at that well-defined track that's to the center right.
And now actually, now we can see the urchin.
Oh yeah, we can see
now
the
that
urchin.
Now that we've trained our eye to it.
Yep, so we see that well-defined track and the urchin right in the middle of it. So it's, I think we can definitively say that one comes from that urchin. What a great, cool thing to see. Another one of those Siderid urchins to the right.
Sidaris blackae, yeah.
Are these crinoids?
Oh, these are stalked crinoids. We've seen also a number of those yesterday.
Uh-oh, this is turning into an echinoderm dive again.
Yeah, it does. It is. I know someone in the chat room that will be very happy.
So we're going to take... Sure, that would be great. Thank you. So we're taking a closer look at this crinoid. And these are stalked crinoids, and they use the base to sort of dig into the sediment and hold on.
Yeah, and hold on. And we saw yesterday one of them just trying to get a brittle star away from its stalk. Remember, it was like very actively trying to push it away.
Yeah.
As it tried to climb the stalk.
And the interesting thing about that was that we heard that normally that's not a problem. That stalk crinoids are okay with having a brittle star, sitting on them. But in that case, that crinoid was having none of it.
Yeah. Wasn't a bad day.
It's like, no, that is my stalk. Leave me alone.
Did not want to hang out that day.
And so we're in this area where there's actually 3 stalked crinoids. So we'll take this look at one, and then we can keep moving. So it's about 10 centimeters when it's all folded up, which means that when it would stretch out its arms, it would probably be quite large, larger. Joanna, do you think the one that's up to the top left is the same type of thing?
It also looks like a stalked crinoid, but it looked different in morphology.
Is that a tube anemone in front of us?
Yeah, that looks like a very large.
Oh, look at the tracks
not really
right there.
a tube anemone,
in
but
the center on the bottom.
Yeah.
They're so well defined. It's so interesting. And we see a tiny, tiny bit of this hard bottom, a little bit of the limestone outcrop. This is so cool. So we're going to stop and take a beauty shot of this tube worm, and maybe we'll even try to look down a little bit and see what else is. Of the anemone, sorry.
Because
tube anemone. Got confused. And then what's below it? Are these also?
These are also smaller anemones here.
Yeah, we saw these yesterday.
Look at that mouth.
It's like it's puckering up to kiss you.
And it's put on its brightest red lipstick.
Very nice lipstick on today. I don't think we've seen that previously with the
No, we have.
With
we
that
have,
bright color?
Yeah, very bright color.
I'll take your word for it. So we had a very exciting anemone moment yesterday on Dive 7 at Lang Bank, where we were just sitting there looking at two different anemones that were sort of caught in a crevice underneath a rock, and we're admiring them. Ooh, beautiful colors.
Yeah,
and all of a sudden a fish
like
swam by
us. It went.
Ooh. It was a little bit
we
frightening.
were all a little bit in shock.
Yes, we were all a little bit shocked. It's the way of the world, though. That fish became that anemone's dinner.
Oh, and Scott here in the chat room is saying that the anemone looks something like Alcuride family.
Was that the tube anemone or the white
No, the
smaller
large
one?
No, the large one that was on top of the
Okay.
Which I don't think it's a true tube anemone. Those are the Syriantaria, so in a different group. Yeah, we see a lot of these trail marks here.
Yeah, there's just so much going on the sediment here. There are these mounds, there are these very small little burrow areas, and just a ton of these tracks.
Yeah.
What's the dark thing in this, the far right?
I don't know. Let's have a look at that.
Okay. Pilot, watch lead. Could you, if you can, zoom to the, or pan to the right and, oh, there's a fish right there. Never mind, look here, and then we'll go to the right. So is the tentative identification for these that there's some kind of cardinal fish?
I'm just taking a look here.
Or was this a duckfish? I got very confused. Nope, it does not want to hang out with us.
So possibly the cardinal fish. So in the genus Epigonus. Oh.
Corals? Maybe?
No.
No, sea stars. Boy, I'm not doing well today.
Let's have a look. What's the black thing just underneath it?
I don't
Some
think it's
sort
a
of
rock.
a can or
yeah, I think it's a can. So those are sea stars with their arms in the air.
Yeah, some brisingate.
Yep. Getting higher up into the current.
Yeah.
It does look like
There's
a
also
can.
one small crinoid there at the back. Oh, and there is again one of these coiled corals. So perhaps if we could have a look at both Brisingate starfish and sea stars and this coral, that would be great.
Yeah, I was definitely talking about that coral when I said I thought it was a coral. Certainly wasn't talking about the Brisingates.
Okay.
And there's a fish, too. Oh. So the pilot is telling us there's actually a little bit more of a current in this area.
Oh, there is.
And that does, it sort of makes sense that this is where the Brisingates would try to set up then.
Oh, it's very interesting how they're...
There's something living underneath there, too. Is that a shrimp?
Yeah, that looks like a shrimp there.
Okay. So we saw there's the fish to the lower right-hand corner. There's two of these Brisingid stars, a coral,
very
and a
long
crinoid.
spines, and they're really curling up their arms. It's very interesting. Also, these are actually ophiuroids. They're not Brisingid starfish. We've seen some that had this very long...
We were wrong.
we were wrong.
That's okay. We can live with being wrong. So then these are actually ophiuroids.
Ophiuroids, yeah.
Metal? So there's a shrimp underneath, enjoying its burrow. This is when I can definitively say this is not a rock.
And we see also there an anemone.
How cool.
Another crinoid there at the back, but these, these ophiuroids have these incredibly long spines all along their arms. And look at how they're curling them, and they make like sort of this, almost like a trap. It's interesting.
Wait, they're...
Yeah, and Chris saying that it looks like Ophioflintaka. Yeah, let's have a look at the whip coral, please. Okay, now this one looks much more like a black coral. So not like what we saw earlier, the Radicipus whip coral that we've seen earlier on. So it's interesting because they looked very similar, at least from a distance. But they're in different groups. Also quite long one. So this might be the one that we've also seen yesterday at Stichopathus, black coral. Only the ones we saw yesterday were orange. The live tissue was much more orangey than this one.
So we're zooming into a fish that's just moving very quickly in that vertical orientation that we've seen. What I love about chasing the fish is that we also get to see a really interesting view of the seafloor as we're doing it.
Oh, there's another burrow. I think at some point we will have to have a
No.
quick look at the burrow.
No. No. It'll be too difficult. We won't be able to do it. That's my story. I'm going to stick to it.
Yeah, we can see there is a bit of current.
Yep, so the ROV pilot is just letting us know that we're seeing current, and you can tell from the particles that are kind of moving by as we continue along. Hopefully it's not too much to handle. We see some of that sargassum just tumbling along the seafloor, getting pushed along by the current. Could we zoom in on that fish? Thank you. So we're just zooming along, taking a nice look at the seafloor.
We're having a ship movement, so actually we're going quite fast right now.
It does seem like we're going pretty fast right now.
We are.
That's great, but it's nice because we can just take a look. That was perhaps the fastest I've seen the ROV move.
Yeah.
Sort of zipping along the seafloor. I'm still waiting for one of the biologists to tell me what those mounds are and who created them. Because we've seen them pretty much since the beginning of this dive. Every time we hit the flats, we see these pointy little mounds of sediment. Oh, little fish in kind of the right center.
Is that a different one?
I don't know.
Let's have a look.
It does seem like we've seen a lot of the same fish, except for that white one, which was very different looking.
Oh, is that a rat tail?
Yes, I think so.
Looks like.
The grenadier?
Yeah. I don't think we've seen one of these on this dive, so this is our first one. Oh. Yeah.
Okay.
We do not know what's making all of these mounds.
I would like
And
to
we
find
haven't
out.
seen, yeah, would
Yeah.
really, yeah. Let's have a quick look at it. See if we find something.
I feel like we're
there
not going
that
to see
could
much
give
that's
us-
diagnostic, but maybe I'm wrong. Let's look at it.
But it's interesting. There's actually, we see that the trail, it seems to go to that mound and then the way around.
Maybe, maybe
Yeah.
not. I think we should not be disturbing the seafloor on
Yeah.
today's dive because
Yeah.
we don't have a permit to sample, and so
No,
I would
of
think
course.
that perhaps poking things,
No.
which is one of my favorite things to do
Yeah.
on the seafloor, is not allowed today.
Looks like
Is that
there's
a worm
something on
cast
the
above
top,
it?
though. Yeah, it looks like there's something on top of it.
What is that? It's also like
It
a
looks like
cast of something, right?
poop to me.
Yes. That's
So
a nice way of saying it.
Yeah, so maybe there is something living in it. There's a
Yes.
little burrow there at the front as well. Not sure how deep that is, but
I'm a little worried about this.
yeah.
As we get closer, who knows what we're going to find?
Giant amphipod. No.
Look, everybody
Isopod,
has
actually.
things
It was
they
a giant
don't like,
isopod.
and isopods
I'm
are things
sorry.
I don't like.
Not
I'm sure
amphipod.
they're very valuable in the seafloor. They do exciting, wonderful things for the food chain, but not a huge fan.
Speaking of food chain, I have great news.
What?
It is Taco Tuesday.
Ooh.
Ooh.
Wait, let's start with it's Tuesday? I didn't know it was Tuesday.
I think you lost track of time
We
here.
definitely have. It's sort of a perpetual Thursday on the ship.
Also, Scott Francis here suggesting that these may be these mounds that we're seeing may be an acorn worm burrow.
Oh,
We haven't seen one outside yet, so
yeah, we haven't seen
maybe.
an acorn worm yet.
no.
Well, thanks, Scott, because I have been wondering what these mounds are.
Go. So we're still seeing here some of those tracks that are made by these sea urchin that we've seen earlier on, that we could barely actually distinguish from the seafloor. It was so covered in sediment. And we may have now an idea for the what's making these mounds here. So possibly an acorn worm.
There's definitely a little more current now.
Yeah,
coming across this flat.
Definitely. We're seeing there again a fish there at a distance, right top center of the screen. Let's see if we can have a closer look at it. It looks again like a grenadier, one of those rat tails. Possibly in the family Macroridae. Yep. Looks very similar to the one we saw just some minutes ago. Very pretty. Thank you. Pilot, can we zoom in on that stalk that is right in the center of the screen? Thank you. Let's have a look at what this might be. Well, that's interesting. I'm not really sure what this may be. Some sort of skeleton, possibly of a coral, but it does seem like it's dead. Yeah, it doesn't look like it's live anymore. Thank you, pilot. Yeah, and Scott is here in the chat room saying that perhaps this stalk that we just saw, that could be the same sort of skeleton that we saw the zoanthid on earlier. But I have to say that the zoanthid seem to be on a much more coiled type of stalked and thicker, but we won't know until we actually have the opportunity to collect it, which will not be happening today, unfortunately, as we are within the 12 nautical miles. We're seeing again one of these grenadiers. And so we're seeing here again one of these relatively large mounds that we think may be built by these acorn worms. And so for those folks at home that might be joining us just now, we are here to the southwest of St. Croix, going up slope here, what seems to be a sort of a, not a fault scarp, but a landslide. And we're now at 515 meters depth. We're just 3 hours into our dive, and the main goal today was to characterize any fish communities that we may find here, because we are on that sort of lower range of the local scale fishing in the area, and looking also to characterize the habitats of where these fish may be occurring. And so far we've been on relatively flat sedimented area, although we've now come across a few rocky carbonate outcrops. We've seen a few different fish species so far, lots of different echinoderms, and some sponges, especially in the rocky outcrops, but not so many corals yet. So we're still seeing here some of these trail marks that we found earlier that are made by this sea urchin. And let's see if we can find one of those again. So we still have a bit of a distance here to go along this plateau here. As you can see, it's very much sedimented. We can see the trace marks of different organisms. These trails are made by a sea urchin that we saw earlier on, and we're keeping an eye out for another one. Those sediment mounds that we've seen are possibly produced by an acorn worm. Oh, look at that fish, just spinning around. Oh, that's funny. Yeah, let's have a zoom in on this fish here. Oh, it's again one of those that we've seen earlier on. We haven't managed yet to get it identified.
It's quite a shiny fish, though.
Yeah, and this is the one that we saw also yesterday. It was moving like it seemed to be moving in a strange way, like very shaky. And earlier on we saw the same, but now it's not moving as much, but it's like super shiny, and it looks like somewhat squared, you know, if you see it in section, like these very angular sides to it.
So we're about 60 meters away from our next slope transition. And what we've tried to do in this dive track is get a slope, a flat, a slope, and another flat
At the top,
so that we can see if there are specific changes in the biodiversity at the different depths and, of course, across the different slopes, because we see very different organisms living on slope features compared to those that we see on flatter regions.
Yeah, and so I was looking here to see if I could find a good match for that fish that we just saw. Actually, we've seen it now a few times during this dive, but yeah, I wasn't successful yet. And we still see quite a lot of sargassum here on the seafloor as well. So this sargassum has been giving us trouble now for a couple of days, or for a few days. We've had already 2 dives canceled because of the amounts of sargassum that were in the seawater. And so we've seen very few corals so far. We've seen Radicipes, weep coral, so in the family Chrysogorgidae. And we've seen a couple of black corals, possibly in the genus Stichopathus. And we've seen also some, both emma sponges and glass sponges, but only on the rocky outcrops that we've passed by earlier in this dive. There's something moving there quite fast to the left. Yes. Yeah. Can we zoom in? Is that a sort of a crab there? It's a bit like a, it's very unusual shaped. Chirostylid possibly. Huh. Almost looks like a spider. But it is not a sea spider. The eyes are awesome. Look at that. Wow. And from a distance, really looks like a spider. Look at that.
Yeah, especially
The
splayed out like
yeah.
that. Yeah. Staring us down.
Yeah. The eyes are fantastic.
All right, so we're still in this area looking at a lot of trails and tracks and zooming in on something. I know not what. Anyone have a guess what this is?
Anemone.
So it's
folded
probably
in on itself.
Probably an anemone that has its that's retracted right now.
Appendages?
Thank you.
Tentacles?
Yes, tentacles. I don't know what the actual word is, but that was the word I was trying to think about.
Anemone arms?
So the anemone it's contracted, and all of its arms, tentacles, wavy things are in, and maybe it's because it grabbed something to eat. Tentacles.
Tentacles is the correct word.
Yeah, it only took us 15 minutes to get there. So what is this anemone sitting on?
That, I almost wonder if that's
I think it's
trash.
No, well, it could be a sponge too, though.
Oh, it could be a sponge carcass.
Yeah,
Yeah,
it's
that's
often
true.
a sponge carcass when you see that kind of cross-hatching features.
Woven
Yeah.
structure. Almost looks like a canvas bag.
But it could just as easily have been a sponge.
Yeah.
But a good question. And so we're at 500, right around 515 meters. We're crossing this flat bench, basically, that is between two small ridges. The temperature is about 12 degrees Celsius. And our goal is to be looking for fish, but also for whatever interesting things we can find here on this sedimented seafloor. Could we zoom in on that yellow thing? And we've been seeing a lot of these traces along the seafloor pretty much since the beginning of our dive. And in a couple of times we've been lucky enough to see a sea urchin sitting at the end of the track. So we knew that that's where it was coming from. But that was just some of the tracks. So it looks like we're going to try to zoom in on this yellowish thing.
If it is what I think it is, it's a worm.
If it's the thing that we saw yesterday, for a while we thought that it was a holothurian, and then we finally found out that it actually was a type of polychaete worm. And this does look the same as what we saw yesterday, so it was these wavy tentacles that looked much like a holothurian, but when you disturb them, they will pick themselves up and you can see the body of the worm beneath. Thank you so much, pilots. And I'm just super intrigued by what we're seeing on this very soft sediment, not just the trace marks, but also the burrows and the mounds. And while I was making a joke earlier that we shouldn't look in the burrows, of course we should look in the burrows if we're given an opportunity, because we want to know what's here on the seafloor.
This is a great view of these tracks, though. You can really see them all over.
Yeah.
highly traveled area.
And my understanding is that if we do see another one of these where there is a urchin at the end of it, we may want to try to get a close-up. Another one of those yellow things that's probably a worm. Terabellid worm. And we've been continually seeing little pieces of sargassum throughout this dive, especially on the flatter areas. And that's not surprising because we are seeing sargassum at the surface as well. And it actually was a record production of sargassum back in June. So there looks like a small outcrop off to the right if you're looking in the top right of your screen. And much like everything else we've seen here, it's very highly sedimented.
Ooh, what are these things up on top of this?
Looks like a crinoid, perhaps.
Yeah.
And I'm going to hold off on what the other thing is until I see a better view of it. Is it an anemone?
Two crinoids.
You think those are two crinoids?
That's my guess.
That's your guess?
Yep.
I was going to go with a crinoid and an anemone, but I will happily be wrong. And look, there's a predatory tunicate that's off to the bottom right. At least that's what I think it is. Maybe it's a sponge. You really shouldn't put two geologists here in the room to do the identifications. Our biologist is at lunch. Oh, maybe it's a sponge. All right, so we're going to zoom in on these. I think you're right. I think they're both crinoids.
Yep.
When you have a moment, we'll start with this one. Thank you. Yep, so two crinoids. One looks like the stalked crinoid. I don't know about the other.
Yes, the one on the right appears to
As
be
the
the
stalk.
stalked crinoid. We've seen a lot of similar ones to this. And then the one on the left, though, is yellowish in color.
That one we've seen as well.
We have? Okay.
Often sort of sitting in a position like this on a hard surface. And they're just so interesting. The stalked crinoids that we've seen, though, the one that looks to the right, we often see in soft sediment. So it's sort of dug its stalk down and is using the sediment to hold on to. Oh, the one on the left is not a crinoid. It's a feather star. Or maybe it's not a stalked crinoid.
Not a stalked crinoid. Okay.
But we have seen a couple of them like that before. And actually, have you noticed that there are some layers in this rock? They're heavily sedimented and it's hard to see, but all right, so I think this is a sponge. Maybe it is a tunicate. Oh, wait, so the feather star and the stalk crinoid are both crinoids.
Okay.
So we were kind of right.
Feather star is a crinoid that does not have a stalk.
Great. So I think this is a tunicate. I think that opening underneath is its mouth. And I could be completely wrong. But it does seem to look more like the tunicate than many of the very many sponges that we've seen. It's a great close-up. You can actually see some of its internal structure. And then is that a squat lobster down or a shrimp below it?
Shy little squat lobster.
Yep. And a little encrusting sponge to the left. And then perhaps an anemone also to the bottom left. So we're just zooming in on some of the biota that's on this very heavily sedimented rock. Yep. So the scientists in the chat room think it is a tunicate, but they're not entirely sure because they didn't see the opening on the back. I think so. Yeah. But that was a really interesting look. And what is that? Is that an eel-like fish?
Little eel.
Yep.
Yep. We've seen a handful of these.
Yeah, we have. And they move pretty quickly.
Yeah, when it's time to go.
This is a really nice view.
Yeah.
Oh, there we go.
Yep, there it goes. Time to go.
And this outcrop just has this faintest suggestion of layering, where like if you squinted your eyes really hard, you could probably see what looks like some layers that are sort of dipping a little bit off slope, down the slope. And it looks like there's a coral off to the far right as well. But unfortunately, I think we're going the other direction now. But there is, it looks like there's a coral to the far right above the tunicate. If it's not out of your way. Okay, great. So we're just going to examine this outcrop because there's so much to see here. So coral biologists, get ready in the chat room because I think we're going to be zooming in on what looks like some kind of whip coral. We're just going to zoom in. And one of the ways that we can identify corals is by looking at their polyps and looking at the pattern of how their stalks branch out from each other.
Mac.
Another part of that identification is looking at the base, how they anchor themselves.
And so here we are at the base. There's a lot of life on this rock. So this is a black coral. You can see that black skeleton. And it's a Stichopathes. And we've seen Stichopathes now somewhat frequently on many of our dives. This may be one of the first couple of times we've seen it. Maybe it's not the first time, but we've only seen it a few times on this dive thus far. So we're just going to look at the Stichopathes. You can see all its individual polyps. We're just continuing to image this black coral. And you can look at the lasers that are 10 centimeters apart. And so, hi there, who's joined us?
Hey, Deb. Scott
Oh.
Franz joining you. Sorry, I was just getting a phone set there and getting everything on mute. Just in case you needed something, why won't this computer be quiet? I'm going to go on mute.
No, please tell me a little bit about the black coral that we're looking at, if you would.
Yep, sorry, I was fighting with my computer. Didn't want to mute. So, yeah, that was a black coral, and when we were zoomed in there, I heard you say something about the polyps. And with these black coral whips, the polyps are really squished down, and what you're seeing are the elongated tentacles from those polyps, and they're really all sort of crammed together. And you can see that it's growing in that spiral coil fashion. We see that on lots of whips, not all of them, but what we think is happening is that as the colony grows up, it gets to a certain point above the bottom where the current flow is moving at a good speed, and so the colony sort of tips over and then coils into that current and gets maximum exposure for the polyps, capturing the food particles out of the water column that it wants to get. That's probably what we call plastic, meaning that when and where it starts to get that coil and bend over is going to depend on local conditions. So there's a genetic component and then a response to the environment.
That's really
here, Heidi.
Yeah,
So
that's
a sponge.
that's really cool, Scott. So basically, it has a tendency to want to coil, but it's related to the current.
Right. So you will see in different places, different colonies may begin to coil at different heights.
Very neat. And now we're looking at some kind of crustacean underneath a sponge.
That's a squat lobster.
It is a squat lobster. Okay.
Yep, squat lobster. It's probably a galathioid, and it's probably in the family Munida or Munididae. And it's under a sponge. And I'm wondering, on the sponge on the right side, there's a little sort of whitish flower-like structure, and I'm wondering if that's a tunicate, actually, that's growing on top of the sponge, or if it's a small anemone. A bit hard to see on my screen. You have a better view there.
Yep, we'll try to zoom in on that. I would, at first glance, call it an anemone, but considering I'm not entirely sure what tunicates look like besides the squishy, translucent balls, I'm not really sure. That's a great question. So I think we're zoomed in perhaps as far as we can be.
Yeah, it's really small.
I like this shrimp guarding it. Several shrimp guarding it.
Yeah, what I can't, as I'm looking at this little white thing, what I'm trying to see is, are those a series of tentacles that are sort of contracted and curled in, or are those a series of individual zooids with openings on them? And I think it's actually the latter, which would make it a tunicate. And I
Really?
can almost imagine that I see some filtration structures in there, so we'll see.
That is really cool. Hopefully we had a chance to see another one of those white but look kind of feathery things again to find out whether it is an anemone or whether it's a tunicate. Great. So we're actually going to try to get a little bit closer. Yep, we're going to... Oh, there goes the squat lobster. It's walking away from the sponge. So that sponge is about 10 centimeters. The squat lobster has decided it wants nothing to do with us. And so now we're going to zoom in a little bit further.
Okay, from the other view, I was seeing tunicate, but now I'm seeing curled tentacles.
I've always seen tentacles, but
Can you see a mouth in the center? That's what you would want to identify.
Even closer.
Yeah, we're going to try to keep moving up just a little bit more.
Yeah, I'm still on the tunicate side.
Scott, considering that Thomas and I are both geologists, I think that we should go with your identification. But we'll try to zoom in one more time. And actually, Joanna just joined us from coming back from lunch.
The better screens.
But no knowledge. So
look at that. It's a rock sponge.
It is, and what we're looking at on this is actually this white thing at the bottom, the base of the rock sponge, and we're trying to understand whether that's an anemone or whether that's a tunicate. And
let's have a look at it.
This is the closest we've gotten so far.
It's funny because it reminds me a bit of a tunicate, those colonial tunicates.
Yeah, that's what I thought, Joanna.
Yeah. Yeah, my guess would be, I think a tunicate.
Yep.
And this rock sponge
Well,
is
maybe you want to look at the
possibly...
sponge, Joanna.
Yeah, and so this sponge, so this is a rock sponge, so these are the ones that we call the lithistids, even though that's, an informal group. It's actually, we know it's not a monophyletic group, so they're actually tetractinelids. Most of the rock sponges or tetractinelids are most of the lithistids are tetractinelids, so in the order Tetractinellida, and that one could possibly be a Corallistes.
So we're having another view of that white thing.
Yeah.
Does that also look like a tunicate? Or?
Yes, it does to me. We hadn't seen any of these. Yeah, we hadn't seen. Yeah,
okay.
And actually, just to the top left of it, it also looks like a small tunicate. There, you can see those two openings. This brownish one.
So that would be, one that looks like a jug?
Yeah, so that would be a...
That's a good one, Deb, to see. Earlier when we were asking if that was a predatory tunicate, I said I was looking for that second opening. So it would be like the smaller of those little chimneys. I was looking for something like that on the big one.
Yeah, so
and
we see
on
those...
that white one, you can see all those lines inside.
Yeah.
And that would basically be the filter baskets of each individual.
Very cool.
So,
yeah, we hadn't seen these before. In any of the dives of this expedition, actually.
I don't think so.
Those colonial tunicates. Oh, there goes a...
It's been wandering around. It was hiding out under your sponge earlier.
Oh, was it?
Mm-hmm. I think it's a little disturbed by us.
It was a good, I think it had a good house then.
Yep.
Because that's a very sturdy sponge there.
So this has been very interesting. We've seen, just in this small area, we've seen a feather star just from around the corner, and a stalked crinoid, and then we've seen a predatory tunicate. We saw two more tunicates. This squat lobster that is not quite convinced it wants to be photographed, but still will hang out, and this rock sponge. And what we're also seeing are some layering of the rocks, and we're having a watch change right now, so the new ROV team is getting into position.
So I did not miss any shark or any squid, right?
You missed them all. No, just a joke. Of course you didn't.
Because yesterday I missed the squid.
But you saw the shark? Yeah, so that you think that's a tunicate?
Yeah, I really think that is a colonial tunicate there.
So now we've seen about 6 of these just in this small area.
Yeah.
And that's a solitary coral next to it, is that
next
correct?
to it, yes, Scleractinian solitary
and a
coral.
Tiny hermit crab
Oh,
up to
look
the
at
right.
that. Really small.
And you can look at this sediment, and we talk about biogenic sediment that is created out of shells and out of organic matter, and we're definitely seeing all of that here.
And we're now at what? 510 meters. Okay.
We've been kind of continuing along this fairly flat
area.
Yeah.
Oh, we're still on the flat area. Okay.
We're still on the flat area.
Oh, look at the very weathered sea urchin test there to the right. And that squat lobster seems to be just going around.
Yes, we can move on whenever. So yeah, that squat lobster has been running around, and they have such elongated arms. Like they do.
They can reach far.
Yes, they can.
To grab their food.
They look sort of unbalanced when they're walking.
Yeah, it's true.
So that was interesting. So we hadn't really seen very many tunicates, and so this was a little area that had a ton of tunicates on it.
And so these rock sponges that we just saw, they're a very interesting group because they have these hypersilicified skeletons. So they have these specific type of spicules that are called desmas. And these are like really dense, thick, articulated spicules that really forms this very rigid skeleton. So they are called rock sponges because they really are like rock hard. And it's because of that skeleton.
And so
they have.
Is the rock sponge, is that a family? Is that
So there are several families, and most of them are within the order Tetractinellida. So for some time we thought that the existence of those desmospicules was like a defining character for an entire group. So they were formally assigned to an order the Lithistida. But then also with some more molecular work that was done in more recent years, we could see that that they are not all within the same order.
I'm just so intrigued by all these trace patterns on the seafloor. Even knowing that at least some of the echinoderms are doing it, it's just fascinating to look at.
Yeah. So have you found any more of those urchins that were causing these trail marks?
We have not.
Not yet. They're really difficult to see. Pilot, can we perhaps zoom in on that? I'm not sure it's actually an anemone. It looks more like a cup coral to me, but seems to be rather large. It's interesting to see what it's sitting on as well. Oh, interesting. Yeah, so it does look like a funny. It looks a bit like an anemone, but if it was sitting on top of some sort of coral skeleton.
But I think
it is a cup coral.
Oh, interesting.
Only it has this very long body, which is also colonized by all sorts of other things.
Asako Matsumoto, who's in our chat room, does say that this is a scleractinian.
Yeah, so that's one of those cup corals, just a very large one. Interesting. I'm not sure we've seen any of these actually earlier on, like this.
I feel like we've seen one or two, but I may be wrong. That's really interesting. So, a solitary cup coral.
Can you get the lasers on before you leave, just so we get a sense of the size of that thing?
Oh, okay.
Pilot, could we get the
lasers over that cup coral still?
Thank
Sorry.
you. We're a little bit behind on the request there. Sorry about that. So it looks like the cup coral is about a little over 10 centimeters,
10 centimeters,
including all of its
tentacles. Yeah.
Thank you so much, Pilot.
Thank you.
It's good size.
Yeah, it's large.
Yeah, that's what Joanna was saying right at the beginning, right?
Yeah.
You thought you were a little surprised at how large this was. You know what we haven't seen around here are the mysterious holes that we saw
on the Mid-Atlantic Ridge.
The Mid-Atlantic Ridge and the
Azores
Plateau. And what Scott and Ashton, our former biology and geology leads on EX2205, kept running into.
Yeah, we haven't seen any of those, no.
But we've seen these really awesome traces. Should we zoom in on that and see if it's an urchin?
It is an urchin, I think. But Pilot, it's very tall.
Yeah, Pilot, could we zoom in on that guy? Thank you.
And just to be fair, those mystery holes were, I think, considerably deeper than where we are now.
Yeah.
True.
That might be a factor.
That's true.
Yeah. So this looks like that Conolampus. It may not be, but to my very untrained
and you see also the trail that
ends right there
behind.
It's probably not a Conolampus, but that was my first guess that will be wrong.
No, I think it was. We ended up seeing one of them at the end of yesterday's dive.
It looked like a pumpkin yesterday.
Yeah.
It was orange and...
We're going to have a closer look.
Mm-hmm.
So we've seen already 2 different species that actually make these trail marks.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, yeah. It's beautiful.
So this is not the same thing we saw yesterday.
It is not?
At least not the coloration. So it doesn't mean that it's not the same thing we saw yesterday. It's just that it's not exactly the same thing we saw yesterday.
Yeah.
But it does... What a beautiful...
Yeah, it's beautiful to see it like this, living. Yep. We saw a number of them yesterday that were very dead.
Mm-hmm. That had reached the end of their track.
Yeah.
Pilots, can we get the lasers on this if we can?
Oh, so it's actually different. It is not Conolampas that we're hearing here from Chris.
I said it looked the same, but not exactly the same. And so, what kind of
what
was he calling
Paleon pneustes?
Yeah, was he calling these bun urchins yesterday? I can't remember what the
I don't
common.
I don't remember that.
Yeah,
I remember the pancake urchins.
Yes.
I tell you, the people working on echinoderms really think a lot about food when they're giving those common names, because we have the cookie star, the ravioli star.
This is interesting. There is no common name for.
Oh, there isn't.
This.
Okay.
You can see it's just covered in little tiny spines.
Yeah.
And so the lasers are just below the sea urchin right now. And so it looks like it's about 12 centimeters long, because these lasers that we use from the ROV are about 10 centimeters apart. Mm-hmm. And it's very helpful to be able to understand the size of things on the seafloor, especially with this camera and its incredible zoom. Sometimes we don't really know how big the thing we're looking at is.
Yeah, and also when doing transects, we can also use that for later analysis to, for instance, estimate densities of the different organisms that we're seeing on the seafloor.
So just moving along this relatively flat, gently sloping plain. It's heavily coated in sediment. It's very bioturbated. It basically has a lot of tracks and a lot of burrows and a lot of mounds that were created by the animals who live here. And so we see, Go ahead, Neff. That's a good question. Let me find out. Nav, this is Watch Lead. I'll let them talk.
Mm-hmm. So while we're transiting over here, and you were just talking about those mounds and the various patterns that we see in the sediment from the moving urchins and so on, it's worth noting that a lot of these deep-sea soft sediment animals are deposit feeders, so they're feeding directly on the sediments. They're ingesting the sediments and processing whatever food has settled into those sediments. And so when you see those large mounds, it's usually something like a worm is digging down below, creating a burrow, feeding on the sediments, and then essentially pooping out a whole lot of sediment across some of those feeders. chemical casts up in the top, and has digested as much of the organics inside as possible.
That is really
That's
amazing.
really cool.
It's intriguingly like a bamboo coral. Sorry. Got to stop talking about deposit feeders.
Yeah, look at that. That's our first bamboo coral.
Style squat lobster.
Yeah.
Sorry,
Let's try to have a zoom on this bamboo coral. We're trying to find one yesterday and we didn't. Yeah.
Sorry, go ahead.
Go ahead.
Okay, I'll talk. It's almost assuredly going to be, I think it's like yellowish at the base, going to be in the clade Cladorisis. There is one species so far described. Yep, there you go. You can see that beautiful nodal skeleton. You see the yellow tint to the tissue that's overlying the skeleton. So that alternating black pattern with the white in between. The black is protein. The white is calcium carbonate. And that pattern resembles a bamboo plant, hence you get the name bamboo coral. So we know already from the Caribbean that there are bamboo corals in the genus Cladorisis that have a very delicate skeleton. That name refers to the fact that it breaks very easily. And when we see up above, I suspect this will branch from the nodes, and you'll see fairly sparsely distributed polyps along the skeleton.
Okay, so let's see. Let's see where it's branching from. Oh, there are a few polyps here and there, and you were right. Very sparse.
Yep. The skeleton looks thick, but I suspect that, if you had it in your hands, it would be really thin and delicate.
Okay.
And they tend to also have very long branches, so the interval between where one branch starts and the next one begins is really long. So that also makes the colony very sort of wiry and sparse looking.
So yeah, it looks like it's branching on the node, right, Scott, or just...
Yep.
Yeah.
Yep, I agree, Joanna. Really nice view there.
Let's see if we can get a closer view also of some of those polyps.
So one of the things that I'm seeing is actually the length of the internode, which is what we call that white part, is actually quite small. It's a little bit variable. You see that some of them are shorter than others, but overall, there are a lot of those dark nodes. That's kind of interesting. That looks like it's an internode, but just above it, I noticed there was a small branch coming off the one to the right. I think that was coming out of the node. There you can see some of the polyps that have contracted, so the tentacles aren't showing on the left side there. Yeah, that's great. Oh, actually, that's a sponge, Joanna. Looks like a sponge. Carnivorous sponge growing on the coral.
Oh, I did not see that. Where is that? I'm actually not seeing it.
Look,
was it just below the...
With the red thing, I thought it was a branch coming off of the coral, but yeah.
Okay.
So it's the chirostylid squat lobster. Yeah, beautiful. Defending his colony. So 100% that's going to be the genus Cladorisis, first band.
Cladorisis. Thank you. Thanks for that, Scott. Really nice. Yeah, and so Scott is further saying here in the chat that so far the only species described in that clade is Cladorhizis novania, and that was described by Les Watling from some specimens collected from the Bahamas. But that they also know that there's more diversity of species that still await description. So it could be in one of those still undescribed species. So let's have a look here at this fish coming into view now. Oh, not sure we've seen this before. Yeah, and it seems that we're here now in a very interesting carbonate outcrop. So I think we're now on the second, no, actually we're on the wall after this first plateau that was this more plain surface with lots of sediment that we've traversed across. But now we see a lot of these large carbonate boulders, if we can call it boulders like this. We're trying to see if there was some fish hiding there under this large block, but we can already see that this seems to be very biogenic, everything very cemented together. Oh, that's just a bit of sargassum there. And lots of very small encrusting sponges of different colors. Oh, and we have there a sea star there to the left. We can have a quick zoom in. Oh, interesting. And actually, I don't think we have seen this one earlier on this dive. And to the side of it, there are these funny shaped, which looked again a bit similar to those colonial tunicates that we've seen earlier on, but these ones have like this sort of a veil, looks like almost like a ring of tentacles around them. So I'm actually now wondering if it is not.
Yeah, I was going through the
actually,
same thought process as usual.
Yeah, the center looks similar.
A little bit more complicated now.
Yeah, so it doesn't look like a tunicate anymore. It looks like some sort of a medusa.
Huh.
That's strange. The center looked similar to what we saw earlier on, but now with this sort of veil, it looks like it has like a ring of tentacles around it.
Yeah, that's interesting. I'm sort of flipping through my brain, is there some kind of bizarre polychaete that looks like that? Or I'm not convinced they're Medusae or Cnidarian even. They still could be tunicates, but yeah, they do look, they're unusual.
Yeah.
Or unusual, at least, they're not something I recognize.
No, me neither.
I should say. They may not be unusual at all.
Yeah.
I'm not used to being at this depth in this area.
I think especially intriguing is that it looks like it has sort of this ring of small tentacles all around it.
Yep. Yeah, I'm not sure how to interpret that fringe.
Yeah.
If they're tentacle-like structure or some other sort of sensory-like structure.
Yeah.
George Matsumoto is suggesting beautiful Medusa, so I think he's
okay, so maybe it was referring to that.
Kind of, jelly.
And we see here, interesting, these crinoids, I think they're on top of, let's see if we're going to have a closer look at that. Looks like those crinoids were right on top of a long papillae, or it was possibly from a sponge. So we've seen some of these long tubes also yesterday in yesterday's dive, and yes, that looks very much like it.
So these are feather stars that are dreaming of being stalked crinoids?
Probably. Just trying to figure out what the... I'm just trying to...
co-opt one.
Yeah. Just trying to figure out what the sponge is, because we've seen some of these long tubes protruding from the surf, so from the sediment, and there's a number of sponge species that, I think it's probably the same thing. So my guess is that this is a papillae of something like an Oceanapia. Only here would be interesting to see how the sediment looks like, because typically these Oceanapia species, what they have like a bulbous body that lives buried. Yeah, no, but this one, it doesn't look like it's buried in the sediment. So that's intriguing. It's a pity we cannot poke it or collect it. So these Oceanapia sponges typically have like a bulbous body that lives buried into the sediment, and then they have these very long papillae, and it's through these papillae that they exchange water. It is somewhat buried. I don't know how thick the sediment layer would be here, but it certainly seems like it's part of it, at least, will be buried. So yeah, it could very well be one of those Oceanapia species. There are a number of different species reported for the North Atlantic. I must say I'm not so sure about the species from the Western tropical Atlantic, as I'm not as familiar with those. But at least in the Azores and Mid-Atlantic Ridge, we know of at least a handful of different species which have this overall general morphology.
So Joanna, when they grow buried in the sand like this, but if there's a place like this where they're in an environment with high sedimentation rates, is that dangerous to their health? Like, can sediment accumulate too fast, or they just keep sending up the tower?
That is okay, because they will use the small pores that are all along this papillae, and then osculate the top of this papillae to make that water exchange. So as long as they can keep those from clogging, let's say, with the sediment, they will be fine.
Is that a tiny sea star to the bottom left? Did we already look at that?
Oh, there is a really small one. Yeah, we hadn't looked at it yet. No.
Is that an urchin spine or something? Is it?
No,
it's not alive, right?
No, it looks like it's.
Oh, is it a worm?
It is a worm.
Oh, it is a worm. Oh, weird.
Yeah.
Oh, there's a lot of cool stuff happening right here.
Yeah,
There's a brittle
Here
star.
looks, ooh, look, a tiny brittle star. Look at
And, oh, yeah, now I see the
On
worm.
the move.
Tiny
It is on
but
the move.
fast. Look at that.
Wow.
That's a sprinter.
Yeah. That worm is so cool.
Look at that.
That seems like quite a burden to have to carry behind you all the time.
Oh, and so just a while ago, you were not here, Deb. So remember that we saw these structures that we were discussing about them being colonial tunicates. And then after you left, actually, we saw something very similar, but that looked like it had like a jelly cover all around it and like a ring of tentacles. And so we had been discussing back and forth what it might be. And now it seems like Giorgio Matsumoto is actually writing here that that they've spotted some of these.
What is that?
Already in deep water.
Joanna, what are we looking at right now?
I think it's some shell,
Oh, okay, just a...
yeah, bivalve shell.
Okay.
Don't know. And so that perhaps that's what we had been looking at were indeed benthic medusa or bentopelagic medusa.
And so that worm may have been an onophid worm. And here we're zooming in on this little sea star, little puffy sea star.
Look at that. That is really small. Probably just a couple of centimeters or so.
So Caliptraster. I'm sure I'm mispronouncing that one. A slime star. And we saw a slime star last dive, I believe.
We did. And so we're now in a way more rocky, carbonate-y area, isn't it?
But it's different because in this, this is the first time that we've seen rocks that look like they're really not in place. They look more like they have broken and fallen from somewhere. But look at the layering in that. Oh, you guys are looking at the sea star, huh?
So one of these goniastrid sea stars.
So pretty.
Cookie star, ravioli star.
Yep.
You choose.
Those are really beautiful.
And I think I've seen an Anthomastus coral just a while ago. I think it's going to be there to the right when we zoom out. So if I can zoom in on that one. Yeah. There's these very long polyps there. Can we zoom in on that red coral, please? Oh, and we're getting an ID from Chris Ma here in the chat room about that sea star, Ceramaster grenadensis. Oh, look at how long those polyps are. Wow, really pretty. And I think this is the first Anthomastus we've seen today as well, isn't it?
So what is an Anthomastus?
So it's an octocoral.
Okay.
And you will see there.
I would agree that this is the first one.
Yeah, I don't think we've seen.
First one we've seen, and one of the things that's kind of cool about seeing polyps this large is that you can see some internal structures really clearly. So that pink-purple line that you see going down the center of the tube, that's the pharynx, basically the throat. And you notice it goes all the way down into that red ball at the base. And below that part that we can't see is where the rest of the stomach would be. And so they basically funnel the food down that long pharynx into a wider opening space that then curls around and goes back up around the pharynx. So the transparent part that is surrounding that purple tube would be part of the digestive space.
Oh, cool.
The other thing you can see on it, all the little white dots on the surface of the red mound, those are a different kind of polyp. They're called siphonozoids. They're very, very small. They don't have tentacles. They may be reproductive, so there may be some gametes that are produced in there, but they're also, in some respect, responsible for channeling water in and out of the entire colony.
Oh, that's very interesting. Thanks. I did not.
Dimorphic colony, because there's two different kinds of polyps.
Oh, cool. That's very interesting, Scott. I did not know that.
Yeah, it's not common among all of the octocorals, but there are subsets of octocorals that do have that dimorphic type of polyp. You see it much more commonly among the sea pens.
That is really fascinating. And so that octocoral is just a little bit bigger than 10 centimeters. And then we've got a fish right above it.
Yeah, I think this is the same fish we've seen earlier on, and we haven't yet been able to identify it. But at least we've got some good imagery of it. So we're now at 492 meters depth.
So we're going to try another zoom on that fish and hope it doesn't hide again.
He's keeping its...
It's trying to hide.
Its head away from us.
Yep. And just as a reminder to the people who are watching along with us as we're exploring this area, we are not going to be collecting anything except water samples today. We're within 12 nautical miles of St. Croix, which is within its territorial waters. And so today is a wonderful dive for looking and creating great imagery and maybe taking a water sample or two.
Yeah, actually, this would be a very good spot to have a water sample. So I think I'm going to...
You want to ask?
Just ask for one.
Okay. Yep, you're here. Yep. Okay.
Great. Thank you,
Could
Marlon.
you just let us know when it's been triggered, please? Thank you.
Yeah.
This is only 2?
Yes, that's bottle number 2.
Yeah. Joanna, I'm surprised you didn't talk about that sponge that's in the bottom center right now.
I'm just letting the pilots get that bottle triggered, and then we'll have a look at it. Oh, look at that.
Oops. Yeah. Okay.
It's beautiful color. Yeah.
Yes, we heard.
Okay, can we zoom in on that nice glass sponge there, this white? Let's have a quick look here. The overall shape reminds me a little bit of Vertwigia, like the white morph of Vertwigia, but it actually might be a different
It's really
species.
beautiful.
Yeah, it really is.
It looks like a basket.
Yeah, and it is different. So this will not be Vertwigia. It has, you can see that it has a far more dense skeleton and possibly fused. And I'm trying to think of which group this may be in. There's nothing really obvious coming to mind right now. So I'll have to have a quick look at some of my notes.
Oh my God, did this sponge just stump you?
It did. It did. The glass sponge fauna actually of the Western tropical Atlantic is not as well studied as in other areas, so it wouldn't also surprise me if we were looking at an undescribed species, but I'll have a look first through some notes. Yeah, let's have a quick look also at that yellow sponge there. Even though I'm still thinking about that glass sponge, which I would love to collect. But no can do today.
Yep. Wow, that's beautiful.
That is really pretty, yeah. So this is definitely, this is a demo sponge. And we can see actually there to the left 2 of its oscules. So we'll see the smaller openings are the pores through which the water enters the sponge, and then those 2 larger openings are the oscules through which the water exits the sponge. And we can see this will have also some spongin fibers that are causing the sponge. We see these elevations on the surface. These are we call conules. And usually these are caused by some spongin fibers or collagen fibrils that raise the sponge surface.
Is there a function? Is there a reason why it raises the sponge surface?
That's a good question. We don't really know. We don't know if it's to keep sort of that structure. Oh, there are actually loads of small encrusting sponges. Is that all carbonates?
I think it must be. As I was just thinking.
Yeah.
I don't know that it's burrows. I think it might be. I mean, it's definitely limestone, and I think we've seen a lot of fossiliferous limestone in this. This is the first face that we've seen that's not totally weathered and encrusted, and I really wonder why.
Can we just pan a little bit to the right of that shrimp? There is a reddish stick-like structure coming up from this ledge.
Yeah, there it is. I wonder if it looks a bit like a bit of sargassum.
Oh, that's what I was wondering. I couldn't tell because we went by it quick if it was sargassum or a sea pen.
So this is where you're looking, Scott?
Yep.
Yeah, I think it's just a bit of sargassum there.
Sargassum. Okay.
Yeah.
Thank you.
And so we're got an eyeball on these 2 shrimp right now, and they really like to, it looks like, burrow into the crevices between the rock, hide out in the underhangs and the overhangs. And it's interesting because simply just every part of this rock is covered in something. Joanna, what do you think that is?
You mean the coral or what's behind it, that mound behind it?
I was thinking behind it, but we could look at the coral as well. I'm sure that...
So this looks like the same coral we saw just a while ago that Scott was telling us about.
The bamboo coral?
Yeah, that bamboo coral, the cladarisis.
Does it have polyps on the lower part?
Yeah, so this is.
Go ahead, Scott.
Yeah, the tissue looks like it's mostly stripped, and it's interesting. This is a different kind of crab. This is a lithodid king crab that is on here. Before we saw chirostylid. You do see there are some live polyps on that right branch that's off the top of the frame right now. But yeah, this is the same thing for sure.
Yeah, and so Joanna actually had been asking about what was behind.
Yeah.
Oh, go ahead, Scott. Sorry.
Yeah, no problem. This is actually internodal branching, so that's very interesting. We can see it very, very clearly.
So maybe a different, yeah. So perhaps we can have a closer look at the polyps here. And here the polyps also seem a bit more regularly distributed than in the previous one, don't they?
Yeah, they're still sparse, right? And I'm not 100% certain if the nodes themselves are different. If you can zoom on the back ones, I noticed it's dark in the center, and then they have this sort of goldish ring on either side. I see that quite a lot. And that might just be a reflection of the age or how recently the node was deposited. So the older they are, the darker they get. There again, you can see it's a nodal brancher. I can see there are some of the needle sclerites. So yeah, this will be good. Put this into our notes and compare it with what we've seen. Oh, it's got a little ring anemone growing on it at the top. Nice view. Thank you.
Thank you, Scott. But so you were talking about that mound behind it, right?
I was just wondering what it was.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I think it's, I don't know, biogenic, some sort of biogenic or carbonate.
I don't think it's carbonate.
You don't think so? Okay.
No, that's why I was asking what it was, because I didn't think it was part of the rocks. But I don't know. It was hard to tell.
Yeah. We're seeing there, again, one of these anthomastos that we've seen earlier. Oh, look at that very long crack there.
Yeah. And those are fractures in the rock. Unsurprising, we find a shrimp inside the crack in the rock. But will we see anything else? Another shrimp. And so we're finally starting to see a few fresher faces of this rock face. To the bottom right, it's a little bit whiter and still quite covered in sediment. See a lot of these little oyster shells or bivalve shells.
Oh yeah,
We've
very
seen a
shiny
number
there.
of them. Yeah.
And they're one of those chirostylid spot lobsters there in the
waving
back.
its arm.
Waving its arm.
This is just completely covered with interesting things to look at.
But unfortunately, no fish hiding there in that crevice.
No.
Yeah. Yeah, and here in the chat room, our colleagues are commenting that that Anthomastus that we've seen earlier on may actually be Pseudoanthomastus. So possibly a related genus.
Mm-hmm. So as you pointed out, there are fractures in this rock where it's simply cracked apart, but they're not out of place. It's just they cracked, and so they've opened up a little bit, or they've cracked a little bit, but they're not. It's not a faulting. They haven't moved with respect to one another. looks like we're starting to move a little bit up an incline. I mean, we've been on a very, very gentle slope up until this point. I'd say, oh, there's a little tiny sea star right in the middle of the frame. Yep. That was our pilot's very quick eyes. And so it's another Goni asteroid, I believe. Is that correct?
Yeah.
And another little solitary coral. And that black block is just coated in stuff. Lots of things to look at here. And we're still on the hunt for fish habitat, places where fish would like to hang out. While we haven't seen a huge amount of them, we have seen lots of other interesting biology. And you can look at this rock, and it's kind of differentially eroded. It looks like some parts of it have eroded more. Oh, there's another urchin. Oh, that does not look good.
No.
No.
Is it still moving?
I think so.
Is it live?
Boy. Does it look like that by choice? That is a lot of...
It looks like it somehow is... Oh, yeah, it is moving still.
It is.
But it's heavily fouled by a number of other things on its spines.
Oh,
yeah.
So according to our echinoderm expert, it's actually fine. It's totally okay that it's fouled with all sorts of things on it. It's evidently, it's okay.
And it's Sidaris rugosa. Oh, and Scott here is telling us in the chat room as well that last bamboo that we just saw was probably different from the one we had seen previously. And apparently it is a yet undescribed species in what they're calling the J3 clade. So sometimes, as we do molecular systematics, sometimes we come across what we call these clades. So these are groups of or either individuals or species that don't yet, we could not yet find, let's say, a synapomorphic characteristic that distinguishes them from others. So sometimes, for the time being, we keep them named under the clades in which they are falling into. And so apparently that bamboo coral is not yet described, but is falling in one of those phylogenetic clades.
So we had a nice zoom on that sea urchin. Yep. And so because there's no skin on the spines, they can have things that grow on them, and it's okay.
Yeah. But we've seen others that were pretty clean, right?
Yes, it was just us thinking that because it was fouled, it wouldn't be healthy, and that's wrong.
Oh,
look at that.
What's hanging there?
I think it's a soft crinoid, but it's upside down.
Yeah.
There's several of them. So they're hanging on an overhang. Yeah, they're on a ledge, and they found a very safe place to be.
Oh, look at that ledge.
That is really crazy looking.
It's impressive.
And so this is probably some kind of differential weathering. So the rocks that are still standing further out are more resistant than the rock that is kind of eroded all the way in.
Oh, wow. I had never seen these stalked crinoids like that.
Upside down.
What they look like be upside down.
Dracula
probably,
crinoids.
Yeah. For them, this probably doesn't matter much. So
yeah. It's just an interesting look.
And we see also some of these hydrocorals, like these white branching corals that we see here. And a few cup corals as well.
Just think this resistant ridge
structure
versus that more eroded, it's just fascinating to look at. So
Wow.
I'm not sure how this would form. I'm not an expert in carbonate geology, but we are definitely looking at layers. And so we could imagine that as this was being formed underwater, each one of these layers is formed from a slightly different amount of carbonates. Some might be fossiliferous, some might not be. There might be some sands in here, there might be some silts. And for whatever reason, some of those layers are just more resistant to weathering than others. And so as other parts of it have eroded away, those remain, and they end up being they end up sticking out or protruding from the rest of the rock.
Oh, look at the serious view is also really nice.
Yeah, what I also find really interesting about this is how smooth it is. So, you know, I don't know whether any of these might have been subaerially exposed at any point in time, whether these were above the water when they were eroding. And it's a really great question that I just don't know the answer to, but it's super fascinating to look at. But I will also say, again, just coated in sediment. And I think that's one of the reasons maybe we're not seeing quite the abundance that we had expected to see, because it's very hard for animals to get a toehold on this.
Yeah. And that's why sometimes when we see these walls, we will most likely see most of those corals and sponges attached to the side or to the under and overhangs of those walls, where they're more protected from the sedimentation.
I feel like there aren't many places to be protected from sedimentation right now.
No.
But it was fascinating to see those crinoids upside down. What do we think this white thing is? Maybe just a part of the rock?
Yeah, I think it looks like just it's broken, that piece there, isn't it?
Carbonate, maybe?
Yeah. So it may just be a very small, fresh exposure where a piece has fractured off right there. It is right at the edge of one of these fractures. So we can keep moving on this.
We're seeing there a few more of those crinoids. Oh, and I think we have there again one of those glass sponges that I'm still intrigued about.
Such interesting terrain. And while the actual abundance of animals isn't that high, every time we turn around, there's something else to look at.
Yeah, that is true. We have there again one of those possibly Pseudoanthomastus. Wow, this looks a bit steep here now.
And so we think we're diving on kind of the side of what we assume was to be a landslide scar on the seafloor. It had a very arcuate, half-circular shape at the top of the feature, which is very indicative generally of landslides. And then it had some material that looked like it was a slump formed from the landslide. And what we're doing is moving up the side, the lateral scarp, and trying to see what we can see.
Can we zoom in on this pink?
The feathery thing or the squishy
thing?
looking
No,
thing?
the feathery one.
So to the top left of where we are?
No, right here in center.
See, I would have said that one.
Oh,
was
sorry,
feathery.
that one. Okay.
Sorry, pilots, we're confused back here.
Sorry.
So the thing in the
So
center
the one
right
just
now.
in the center, right there. Okay, so what is that? So it's an octocoral.
I agree with you there.
But I'm intrigued about that skeleton. I can't even quite make what sort of shape it has.
So it's going to be one of the sort of classic sea fan families, I think, the Plexauridae, Gorgoniidae. Up at this depth, I'm not as familiar with all the different taxa, but you can kind of see some of the polyps there appear to be coming out of a sleeve. That's what I'm looking at closely. So this suggests that the entire polyp can retract into a little mound when it's disturbed and basically disappear inside what appears to us to be the skeleton. Very common among plexaurids, for example. I don't know that it's that family, but it's going to be something close in that what we would call the whole Axonia group. There's a whole group of several different families that are all related. Lots of structure, really hard, at least for me, to identify in situ without prior experience. The only other thing that it possibly could be, I don't really think it's this, but is a type of octocoral that overgrows other things, much as we were describing the zoanthids before, and has almost like a chitinous skeleton, like some hydroids do, and the polyps emerge from that, but I don't think that's what we're looking at. And I wonder,
thank you for that, Scott.
Matsumoto may know a little bit better. I see Steve Oskevich is guessing maybe Anthothelidae. This doesn't have the right feel for that. But that's
and there to the left, there they are again.
Definitely a new octocoral for the day. Yeah, so here.
So here they are they're
maybe something like Telesto. So that's the group that I was saying grows with this. And this is a much better view because now we see it sort of overgrowing into the interstices of the substrate here, which looks to me like an old submerged coral reef.
Yeah.
And so they do have kind of like a ribbon-like mass that is chitinous. So it has kind of like a little exoskeleton, if you will, a series of tubes, and the soft tissue comes out of those tubes. I do think that's what we're looking at here. So, but that's what the last one was, and it was probably overgrowing something else. Very cool.
So, Scott, if in this case they do look like they're growing directly out of the rock, are they colonial? Are they solitary? How does that work when they're not attached? I don't really understand how when they're attached to something or not.
So it is colonial because if you follow that sort of that line, that ribbon, they're all interconnected, and so gardeners might know the term stolons, the way strawberry plants grow. They put out a long sort of, it's like an above-ground root, and individual strawberries and other parts of the plant will arise from that. So it's the same sort of thing here. They're all interconnected. The difference is they don't grow upwards in the form of a skeleton like we see with these other octocorals. So instead, they grow like a mat or a ribbon.
Oh.
And they look like they're coming out of rocks just because, they're tucked down into little pits, and we're just looking at the angle.
Thanks. That's really, really cool.
Really interesting. And you can see here they're bordering all of the ledge of this carbonate plate. It's very interesting.
Yeah, it suggests that there's some really good current flow over the edge there, and so that's probably the best place to feed. And so the most successful place, if you are lucky enough to settle there or are extending from where the original larva settled. Yeah, very cool.
We must be looking really high up with the ROV right now because of the lighting.
Yeah.
That's amazing.
Yeah.
The other thing this tells you is that for colonial animals, there are a lot of different ways to form the overall colony, right? And so it's not growing all that much different from other octocorals in that it asexually buds off a new polyp, but the difference is it doesn't secrete a skeleton in the center of it to grow straight up. Instead, it's taking advantage of the existing topography.
Yeah, so it just takes advantage of existing structures. Very cool.
Just like
Thank
those
you, Scott.
crinoids earlier were sitting on the sponge, and so using the sponge as a stock instead of having its own stock.
And as Scott was saying, I mean, this looks like a fossiliferous limestone.
Yeah.
So probably an old coral reef. But every time we zoom in, we see really cool things, really cool animals that, that or the remains of really cool animals. So it's also very, very highly weathered and has a lot of incrustations on top of it, but it's certainly an interesting landscape. And I will say that this rock doesn't really look like it's very much in place. It's hard to tell because it's hard to tell what's above it, but it looked like it was broken up pieces, but big.
Yeah, and we have a very good view actually of that from the Sirius from camera 2.
Now
It's interesting, it has like these lines, looks like these marks all around, all along.
Yeah, what's interesting is that they're all not all going in the exact same direction.
No.
So some of them may be planes where the layers were originally laid down, and some of them may be small faults or fractures that have developed sort of perpendicular to those layers.
Can we zoom in on this coral? Let's have a look here. It looks a bit more spirally than what we've seen before, so it is.
Yeah, I predict this is going to be a cladorisis again. They do have this interesting growth.
So let's have a quick look at it.
Maybe the J3. Yeah. We don't see too many colonies that are sort of multi-branching that also coil.
Yeah.
You know,
that's really what caught my attention.
How thin the axial skeleton is in there, that it can twist like that. It also tells me there's not a lot of current here because I don't see it moving at all. This one has a chirostylid squat lobster like the first one we saw had, which was the cladorisis. So here we're looking to see, are the nodes closely spaced? And yes, they are. And so I would predict this is going to be branching from the node. So this is almost assuredly bamboo coral genus cladorisis, possibly the species cladorisis nuvanier.
So let's see if we can have now a closer look there.
It's interesting to me that this is the second one we've seen, and both of them have the squat lobster on.
Yeah, the chirostylid squat lobster.
There's a little anemone growing around. Yeah.
Here, with the polyps retracted mostly. Yeah.
Yep. You see how transparent that tissue is?
Yeah,
as well?
it really is very
Almost
transparent.
Like so
And there's a little anemone there, but to the top there's something else that I couldn't quite make what it was.
Yeah, I'm not sure what that thing was in the center.
Yeah.
It's kind of worm-like. I'm definitely seeing some anemones overgrowing it.
But there's a few of these structures also. Look at that. And it seems like it's somewhat fused blobs coming out of the coral. So one has tentacles, so that's not the one we want to look at. It's the other ones that look,
Correct. Yeah.
Thank you.
Maybe that one in the upper left. Pretty big one. Almost looks like they're enlarged.
It looks like it's part of the coral, isn't it?
Yeah.
Yeah, maybe
I've
just
seen
larger
that before,
polyps.
where we've got these really weird large ones, and I don't know if that's some kind of mutation or that the polyp has ingested, for example, a fish larva, and so it's had to
something big.
expand that gelatinous body to incorporate it. That's a possibility.
Okay.
If we can go up just to the upper left.
Oh, there's another one here.
Maybe we can see something different on that one.
There's another one here. It's right in front of us.
Yep. Yeah.
Oh, interesting.
Yep. Well, we won't know. It will just remain another mystery.
Yeah.
to solve later, but sure, kind of looks like an enlarged polyp. So possibilities are that these are polyps that have ingested something or that they've been parasitized by something else. This one actually looks different. To me, this looks like it's something growing on the coral. And the way you would tell is if you could see in that enlarged tissue, are there still sclerites embedded? And if there are, those are the calcium carbonate microskeletal elements of the polyp. Then that would tell you it's a polyp. Does it still have tentacles? And does it have a gut that has something in it? Or does it have none of those things, which would tell you it's something else on top of the coral? Very interesting.
Oh, look at the detail here. Beautiful. And look at that shrimp there as well. It's really neat. Wow, this is beautiful. Thank you so much, pilots.
So it's interesting. You just passed one of the polyps there. I was going to point out again that, well, you can see, the little tubes that are sticking down from the ring of tentacles. But on one of the polyps, I saw definitely a dark mass below that pharynx, which means it had ingested something.
Okay.
You so rarely see anything inside these polyps, so that was very cool to see.
Look at these beautiful layered rocks right above where we were looking. They look like they've been tortured.
Amazing. So we've been looking a lot at these layered rocks, haven't we, Deb?
Yeah.
Throughout this expedition, always trying to find one small enough to be collected.
Was there a fish off to the left? That just looks like a little pile of carbonate. Don't know why it would be there, though.
Okay, but now here we have, this one is a different one. So this is a black coral, yes, with its associated brittle star. So this is a different one that we've seen earlier. Let's see. Is it also branched, or no, it's just a coiled one? Yeah, it's just a whip coral. We've been keeping also an eye out for one that is both branched and coiled black coral, because we have some colleagues here in the chat room that are very interested in those. So this one is that we just saw was a more typical, let's say, Stichopathus black coral. Are very impressive, these carbonate structures there.
Very pretty.
Really starting to appreciate rocks.
Good, I'm glad. I am definitely appreciating sponges. So you can see all that layering, but you can also tell it's not very continuous. This is just sort of a chunk that's been left behind.
Look, these are two like spider crabs there.
Is that what those are? Spider crabs?
They are.
With the pointy, the spines?
Yeah. These lithodid crabs. There are two of them. Hello. That doesn't look like a very comfortable position to me with all of those spines. I wonder if this could be a couple. Why do we always think about that? That it could be a couple.
That's funny. I thought maybe they were fighting.
Yeah?
So, which I guess doesn't preclude them from being a couple.
Yeah.
And there's a feather star, which Thomas and I now know is a crinoid, just not a stalked crinoid, after a little bit of confusion a few hours ago. we feel confident in our abilities to identify a feather star. Kind of. And we're talking about overhangs and places where things could hide. This would be a perfect place for
good spot.
Yep. And notice that those layers appear to be basically vertical, so they're probably not. That's probably not where they were emplaced. They've probably moved since they had been formed. And look, we can see horizontal layering in the far back.
Far
Do you see
back
that?
to the left, yeah.
That's really interesting. So are we on a little protruding nose against the face of the wall?
And I think we may have there, again, some more of these lithicid sponges or rock sponges.
Do you want to zoom in on it?
Yeah. Yeah, it sure is one.
Yep.
So again, possibly, in the genus Corallistes.
Yeah. Wow. Kind of getting an eyeball of what we might see a little further up the slope.
Oh, we have a little fish there.
Okay, that fish is cute.
Yeah. Look at that. It really is.
Could you put the lasers on when you have a chance? Thank you.
And so we've seen a number of these fish throughout this dive, and we're having an identification here by Michelle, Epigonius. It's really pretty. It's like 10 centimeters
Yeah, not
long,
even.
this one.
Or maybe just a little over. Yeah. Not a big fish. So is Epigonus a common fish here?
So we seem to have seen a number of these
What are
throughout
these?
this dive. Yeah, I was also looking at that.
Sticks?
It almost looked like urchin spine sticking out from the seafloor.
But why would they all
look at
be
that.
vertical then?
Yeah, no, it's very strange. Oh, what is the fish doing?
I think it's a little
Look.
distressed.
Is it
I don't know.
maybe just scratching its scales
That's quite possible.
against the?
What I
guess
don't
that
know about
carbonate
fish
rock, yeah.
behavior could fill a book. It looks like it's actually backed into that crevice now. Oh, and it's
Oh,
turning
there's
around.
another one.
There's another
here
one to the bottom right.
To the bottom
Yeah.
right, yeah.
Okay, there was one to the bottom right.
That's a,
And so we're just zooming in on some of these crevices to see if there's anything living in them. I don't know what that is.
yeah, I think those mostly be shrimp there. No other fish there. And look at how clean that surface there is inside that carbonate. So very different from what we've been seeing outside, isn't it?
So we're just taking an eyeball into some of these little cracks and crevices to see if it might be a place where fish are hanging out.
Yeah, we have another one of these whip corals here. Looks very delicate, this one. But yeah, it's Stichopathus.
Just as an interesting note, you know, much earlier on, we saw one of these coiled whips that I said had a different appearance. We had a close-up look, and I suggested it was the genus Radicipes, which is an octocoral in the family Croix, and it was growing in sediment. And all these black corals that we're seeing that are very similar and whip-like are all growing on a hard substrate. So that's another way to tell them apart.
Oh, look at that puffy sea star.
Probably just had a big meal.
I wonder if it's another one of those slime stars.
Yeah, it looks like, because it has that, sort of a membrane or veil all around. So it does look like a slime star. But just particularly puffy, this one.
Yep. And if I remember, Chris, our echinoderm expert, saying that these had like internal pressure, and so if you brought them to the surface, they might flatten out.
Oh, okay. So just like
it
some of those
may not be
urchins.
this one, but that's what I remembered him saying. I could be wrong. Take that all with a grain of salt.
There's something greenish to the top of it. What is that? Oh, just a bit of line. Yeah, that's just a bit of fishing line, fishing rope. Yeah.
Unless the stalk crinoids come in a color we haven't seen before, I would agree with you. Hello?
Hey, this is Chris Ma.
Hi, Chris.
Hello. I just wanted to call in and basically, so this is a genus that we've been seeing, but I didn't have a chance to call in before. Caloptraster. It's perhaps, I've been throwing out a few more genera of slime stars or pterasterids than we've been doing lately. This one occurs in shallower water, which is why we haven't really encountered it before. This is one of those things that I've seen in collections, but I've not actually seen alive before.
Oh.
And, and when I say like slime stars, I mean that just because all of the pterasterids go by the name, like, because of what pteraster does, which is, produce slime. So I don't actually know if this one produces slime or not, but it's just curious to know what other life modes that they have. But they all seem to be fairly consistent in that they're probably predators on sponges or some kind of, epifaunal or epizoic type of organisms, or, detritus or whatnot. Like the other animals in this family, they have this weird covering over the surface. So what you're seeing is not actually the surface of the animal. It's like a superficial umbrella over the top, which is suspended by and there's a hole right in the middle, and that's how you can always tell this group. It's not the anus. It's just the hole that aerates, that allows the water to go into the little chamber between the top surface and the animal's actual body surface.
Okay.
So in one sense, I think what Deb said earlier, I was talking about, pancake urchins. And in this case, that's true. Like Hymenaster will deflate, but I think I was talking about something else. But Deb was right, even though misattributed to the taxon. So anyway, I just wanted to call and mention that about these because they are noteworthy, and I didn't have a chance to say anything about them earlier. And I'll get back to you guys later when we see another one of these spiny heart urchins that we've been seeing in the morning, because I figured out what they are, and I can't wait to tell people about them.
Oh, cool.
I'll see you later. Bye-bye.
Great. Thank you. See you later, Chris.
So I was wrong, but I was right.
Exactly.
Sometimes I surprise myself. So again, we're looking at these little overhangs and burrows and trying to see if there might be some small fish in them. We keep seeing a lot of shrimp, but
and a lot of these small bluefish, Epigonus fish. So those seem to be rather common here in this area. Oh boy, and that's glass sponge. That is really intriguing me. And I seriously doubt we're going to find it on our next dives because they're going to be much deeper. So yeah, we'll have to wait. See if we find one of these in an existing collection to look at it.
It's interesting that these rocks look more like a pavement. They look, at least at first glance, they look a little less fossiliferous. At the same time, though, they're still coated with so much sediment and biogenic material that's grown on them that it's really hard to tell.
And all of these really thinly encrusting sponges that we're seeing here on the surface, I mean, if we would take one of, even a small rock,
which we cannot do,
we could spend, few weeks just around those, identifying them. All of these thin crusts, I think they comprise, honestly, possibly 60% of all sponge diversity are these very thin, small crusts. So there's a lot of diversity out there yet to be described. So if typically only look at these more, massive sponges, but there's just so many species that are these cryptic encrusting sponges.
And again, we're seeing these resistant layers that are just sticking out.
Another one of these whip corals here with oh, that looks like a bag
garbage?
or some sort of garbage. Oh, but here we see a few more of these lithistid sponges. That's very interesting.
I thought I saw a tunicate to the left of the garbage bag, but it was too fast for me. Well, not the tunicate, it wasn't moving. But I really like this series of layered rocks, and they're horizontal as opposed to what we've been seeing further down the slope a little bit. See a little sediment chute right there where the sediment's collecting. And a big block of out-of-place rock. This is just really cool to look at.
About to have a storm pass over our receive site back on shore, so if we lose connection, just hang with us. We'll be back.
Gotcha. So this is just beautiful.
Yeah.
And I'm guessing that a lot of this actually is in place, that we've reached the scarp, because it's all layered and it's horizontally layered. Is that one of your
that looks like one of those sponges.
With a crinoid on top of it?
Yeah, we've seen that earlier as well.
I got to tell you, this might be my favorite sponge.
Yeah, Oceanapia. Let's have a look. Actually, it seems like we're seeing also the exposed main body of the sponge.
It's hard to guess which is your favorite sponge, though, because there are so many.
There are just so many. I know.
This is my favorite sponge today. So,
so that's very interesting.
Why is it important, or why is it different?
Because here we're actually seeing the main body of the sponge. That earlier on we could only see these very long papillae sticking out of the sediment, but now here for some reason that main body is actually exposed. So we can see several of those, some longer ones, some shorter papillae. But so this is most likely in the genus Oceanapia. So that's a demo sponge.
Would that also explain maybe those spikes that we've been seeing coming out of the sediment?
So in this
So
case,
maybe,
Joanna,
yeah, so maybe-
there's a base of a sponge.
Yeah, exactly.
and
That's
then-
the main body of the sponge, and then we see these tall papillae that some of them will be inhalant and others will be exhalant. So maybe if we can actually zoom in on some of those, see if we find an oscule, so like an opening at the top of those papillae. May not always be very. So my guess would be that these ones, since I don't see any obvious apical opening there.
So it'd have to have a more defined opening at the top.
Yeah, they're not always super visible. But so you can see, so you see, as I told you, it looks like this bulb.
Yep.
And earlier on, we saw just some of those long papillae
And this
out
one,
of the surface.
This was really intriguing, I think, to a number of us because we'd never heard of a sponge that buried most of its body in the sand before. That seemed like a strange.
It's true. So it's not very common, in fact. That's what we call these endopsamic sponges. There are not so many species that do this, in fact. Mostly the sponges that we find associated with soft substrate, they just have these root systems that attach. So we're seeing here the top of one of these longer papillae. And this is actually very interesting because it does look like they have some sort of a apical mesh of spicules on top. And this I hadn't seen before. So the specimens that I have examined before of this group, I've only got access to some fragments of these papillae and sometimes fragments also of this main body. So this is very interesting actually to be able to see it in situ. Oh, it's very cool.
And is that another feather star?
Yeah, that's another crinoid there. But so as I was saying, often the sponges that live on soft substrate, what they have is they will have this sort of root system to really root them to the sediment.
And we've seen those
and we've
long
seen some of
spicules,
those. Yes, we've seen some of those especially with glass sponges in the genus Hyalonema. But there are others that also have those sort of adapted structures for soft sediment. This is more sargassum, right? Yeah.
I think so,
it
yes.
is, yeah. And some more of this.
Is that a demosponge or a rock sponge?
No, that's a rock sponge. And rock sponges are demosponges.
Oh, rock sponges?
Yes, they are.
Oh, good, because I thought I misidentified something a couple of days ago.
No,
but rock sponges are demosponges.
Are demosponges, so they are within that class.
Excellent. Yeah. That makes me feel so much better. And again, we're seeing that sort of more resistant edge with the undercut that's been eroded. And you can see that really clearly in the top right now, where you have just this little remnant rock.
Yes, Scott, you're saying in the chat room, referring to those long papillae as sponge snorkels. Love that. Indeed.
Go ahead.
Okay.
I will get back to you in one moment.
And so for those following us from shore, we're just here having a small discussion here with the pilots, because we've now reached the top of this feature that we were surveying, and we're just trying to decide whether we should just go to the next waypoint or if we're gonna stick around here for a little longer. So we will be now proceeding to our next waypoint.
Mm-hmm. That is a beautiful urchin.
Sideroid urchin or sideroid urchin, yeah.
I don't know that we'd seen that coloration before on an urchin. Oh, it is not a small urchin. Look at the length of those spines. Some of the spines themselves are 20 centimeters long.
Oh, yeah, they're very long. Mm-hmm. Look at that.
Thank you, pilots. Putting on those lasers really helped.
And we can see some of that sargassum accumulating there. Oh, and
what
is this
these
that we're watching now? Oh, interesting. Very small octocorals of some sort. They seem to have a central skeleton that looks calcareous. So, but we haven't seen these earlier. And these seem to be actually quite small.
So these are holoxinians?
Holoxonian.
Holoxonians.
Octocoral.
So a type of octocoral?
Mm-hmm.
And they're just right at the edge of that rock.
Yeah, it's kind of a cop-out for me to say Holoxonian because that's a much larger group that includes several families, but I'm not sure what family this is. But my initial guess would be the family Plexauridae, and that's certainly reasonable. But there are some other possibilities. So just by saying Holoxonia, it's like a larger group.
Okay.
The equivalent to my saying, excuse me, it's the equivalent to my saying primate instead of specifying which one.
Okay. Oh, and look at that sort of orangey. Huh, interesting.
Yeah, I mean, that sediment is a different color.
Yeah. And it's still very biogenic, but it looks like there's something on it that's very orangey.
Yeah, it just looks like it has some weathering.
Mm-hmm. And we see here also some bryozoans on those sargassum leaves.
Where? I see a shrimp.
Yeah, these ones here.
Oh.
Like this little white mesh over the sargassum leaves.
Oh.
Those are also, they obviously, they don't belong here.
I see a bunch of sponges at in that overhang. So it's really interesting because we are seeing a little bit more abundance, I think, than yesterday, but we're seeing even less fish, and we were hoping to see some fish today. We are on the southwest edge of St. Croix. We're diving in a feature that looks very much like a landslide scarp, like a landslide head wall and a slumping feature. We're heading up one of the sides of that wall. Because we are within 12 nautical miles of the territorial waters of St. Croix, we are not collecting samples today except for water samples, but we are spending the time to take some really nice imagery as we can. Is that a little sponge? It's a little... Oh, yeah.
That's not a little sponge. That's a large sponge.
It's just far away? That's a great-looking sponge.
Just trying to see the top surface of it. And you can see how it also serves, as a substrate for... Yeah, these rock sponges are great as a substrate for other organisms as well. I think we saw there some small hydrozoans, I believe. And I think we may have come across at least 2 or 3 different species of these rock sponges here.
got a little bit of relief.
Look
So
at
we're
that.
looking
Yeah, it looks
straight
like
down.
a deep. Yeah.
Yep. And so we're looking straight down between the vehicle's toes right now, essentially.
Oh, is that a bonilio worm?
It looks like that sargassum caught in the crevice. So is this the worm you were talking about off to
Yeah.
the left? And we had a small fish to the right.
Yeah, this is like what they're called the spoon worms. Let's see if it will retract. I guess it's going to retract.
Oh, and a scale worm.
Oh, no, that's a chiton.
Oh, yeah.
A polyplacophorus. There to the top.
Pilots, I don't know if the fish is still in view, but if it is, could we get a quick zoom on it? Yeah.
Sorry, I think that's a chitin. Is that a
Yeah,
chitin?
That's what
a
Joanna said.
chiton. Yeah.
Spoonworm?
Yeah.
I think
Yeah.
no one should
I
really...
was really excited by the spoonworm.
Yeah.
because I saw
Oh,
it
it's moving
traced
now.
Earlier, but now we see the mouth.
Yeah.
And just for folks who are interested, that is the proboscis of this worm. So you're not seeing the body; you're basically seeing its tongue. And I think we can actually.
Yeah.
Am I seeing
You can
the
see
You
the
can
sediment
see
moving.
the sediment moving
fantastic.
inside
Yeah.
of it,
Yeah.
which is
Yeah.
really amazing.
So it's ciliated. Yeah, it's a ciliated structure, so it sticks it out and then will gather food particles and move it back along to where the body is, which is typically in a little bit of a burrow.
Yeah.
And that tongue can extend up to, I think, 300 times the length of the body.
Oh,
if I recall
wow.
correctly.
Wow.
At least in some species, yeah.
Yeah, but that's really cool because you are actually, you can see this. Oh, you could see the sediment going down until the shrimp jumped on it. That was really interesting.
Zoom, yeah.
Yep.
There you can see, you can retract that proboscis.
Very quickly,
And then it
yeah.
can extend and basically crawl it. It's like having your tongue crawl out along the bottom and then scoop up little bits of organics. But I think the other thing was a chitin.
Yeah,
gastropod.
above of it was a
I think
chiton,
you
yeah.
suggested
Yep,
might
Joanna
be
corrected me. I think we should take everything I say with a grain of salt when
pardon
we're
me,
talking
sorry.
about biology.
Is this another one of those tunicate/medusa? No, it's a sponge. Never mind.
Oh, yeah. It's sitting there very still.
Deb, we're not correcting you. We're enriching your knowledge.
Works for me, but either way. It's a great learning experience to understand and to see what's on the seafloor.
And I mean, and also for me,
Horrified
because
of me,
obviously
I
I'm
said this
an expert on
Sorry, Mona.
sponges and not on all of these other
Yeah.
taxonomic groups. So this has been also a great learning experience.
So that
and also
chitin's
to
only-
learn a lot about fauna from other regions.
Yeah.
We did not expect to be in Puerto Rico when we started this mission. So
So that chitin was only about 2 centimeters
Yeah.
long.
Yeah.
Not very big at all.
Yeah, I just wanted to say, make sure, I think I may have said gastropod, so a chitin is a mollusk, but it is
Yeah.
not a gastropod, it is not a snail. It's its own class of mollusks.
Okay, and so
So I know, Deb, you would correct me on that.
that was a great shot at that spoonworm, actually.
Yeah.
Just a pity that the shrimp touched it.
yeah, exactly.
But did you see the speed of that? It's
yes,
crazy.
it's very fast. Pilot, this is Watchley.
I love that the shrimp touched it so we could see how fast
So
they
one of
retract.
the scientists in the chat room is saying that there were small fish off to the left, but I'm not sure when that time is from and whether you might be able to see them.
Cookie sea star.
I did not either, but that's why I'm asking.
It's been the same small, pretty fish we've been seeing.
What is causing that shade there to the right? Oh, no, it's just a crevice. Okay.
So we're searching for... We thought we saw 2 small fish, and so we're just going to look to see if we can
Oh, can still
recapture
find
them on video. Okay, they may have darted away by this point
probably,
in time.
Yeah.
Unfortunately, they
Hopefully
don't like
we'll
to stand still.
Yeah. Hopefully we'll see some more.
All right, thank you, pilot. Is that a coral or is that a fishing line?
I think
On the
that's
right,
a coral.
Okay,
Yeah.
that's good because we like corals and we're not a huge fan of fishing lines. And so we're just sort of panning around right now, getting a little bit of a lay of the land. You see some of these little depressions. I wonder if they're little sediment chutes, little canyons that help transport the sediment downward.
They sure help transporting that sargassum down. You saw how they were accumulating there.
Yep.
What is that black blob there? Where it's probably a bit far.
Are you looking at that center dark thing?
Yeah. See if we can see it.
So we're still seeing sponges and crinoids.
And again here, the sediment suddenly turns into this darker color, isn't it? Oh, that's an urchin, isn't it? Yeah.
Probably. Seems kind of like a precarious place to hang out.
Yeah.
Doesn't seem like that's a prime for success location.
Oh, yeah. We have seen this urchin earlier on.
So it's the one that's not Conolampus, but is like
but
Conolampus.
Similar.
I don't remember what the name of it was.
Let me see if
but definitely doing better with my echinoderm identifications.
Paleopneustes.
I'll believe
you. That's the note I took, at least. I actually wrote...
Yep, Paleopneustes.
Paleopneustes, yeah. Great, thanks, Chris.
And we saw one of these earlier.
I actually wrote down. Similar to Conolampus.
Yep.
A beautiful color.
And you can see it's dark purple color and it's somewhat little spines. You know, we were seeing that sea urchin just, 10 minutes ago that had the very, very, very long spines.
Yeah.
This is really different looking. And if we could flip it over, we would see its tube feet. But we can't flip it over, nor would we want to. Oh, and also about 10 centimeters.
Yeah.
Let's take a look at this fish.
Oh.
I'm going to say it looks similar to the ones we've seen before, but honestly,
Okeanos.
They all kind of look the same to me. It's beautiful, though.
Yeah, it really is. This is really tiny.
And, you know, the sediment that we're on now is really starting to look like, you know, what I would consider Florida beach sand. You know, it's got a lot of, it looks very shelly. It looks like it just has broken up bits of calcareous matter. Oh, look, there's a bunch of fish now.
There's a few of them here now.
Yeah. Thank you.
Great. And this one is a bit larger.
Yeah. I think it's saying, who stirred up my my dinner here? Really beautiful. And so, yep, more Epigonus. According to Michelle Scherer, who's one of the scientists in our chat room, who works in fisheries in and around Puerto Rico. So while we're wandering up the slope, we might take a moment to have some station identification. We can hear some introductions of the folks that are in the control room.
Hello, everybody. So joining us today from the Global Foundation for Ocean Exploration, my name is Anna Sagatov, and I am going to be cutting video clips for the second half of the dive. Roland Bryan is on video control and broadcast, and currently our ROV pilot is Chris Wright, our co-pilot is Sean Kennison, and our navigator is John Mefford.
So in addition to me and Joanna, that's who's here, hanging out here in the control room, making everything happen. But as we always like to mention, it's not just the ROV team, it's not just the scientists and the other mission control. There are a number of people on this ship who make it run every single day, and they do it so smoothly that you don't even know how well it's working. And so everyone from our deck crew to the engineers,
our stewards.
Yep. They're all such important and essential parts of making this exploration mission go.
Data managers, everyone. It's a great crew.
Yep. We'll be sad to leave them in a couple of days.
Yeah.
It's the last week of our cruise.
Yeah, it's actually the last few days.
And it's been a really interesting expedition so far.
And of course, we also have a great science team ashore joining us through the various collaboration tools here in the chat room that really make all of these dives just so much more interesting and exciting, you know, sharing with us and all the public that follows us through our live streams and sharing all of their expertise on the various taxonomic groups and or the area in general. So thank you all so much.
So do you see an orange sea star anywhere?
I think we may have passed one. Yeah.
You can see.
Let's see. Oh, there
right
it is. There it is.
Pilot's going to be zoom in on that sea star, please. Thank you.
Oh, look at that.
So I feel like we saw one that looked like this yesterday.
Yesterday. I think so, too.
And I remember Chris telling us something about the structure of the legs, and but I don't remember exactly what. So hopefully he'll call in and tell us. There's a little worm to the bottom left, I think. What are the little white things or translucent things to the left of that, Joanna? Do you know?
I don't know. I think we need to zoom in a bit.
Oh,
and I'm also intrigued by that dark blue.
I felt like that was a sponge. So this sea star is a little smaller than 10 centimeters. Maybe it's not a sponge. What is it?
No, I think it's actually... Let's see. Remember we saw something similar yesterday, but that it was red?
Like coral and algae?
Yeah, no, those were different.
Oh, the squishy thing. Hi, Chris. Could you tell us a little bit about this starfish?
Yeah, I'm just taking a quick look at the close-up imagery. Yeah, so this is kind of a deceptive one because this looked a lot like, well, you were pointing out the resemblance with the sea star yesterday, which was Nymphaster arenatus. And this one may actually be in a completely separate family, which is something I'd normally be able to tell you for certain by looking at the underside, which is one of the limitations of video. This is actually an odontasterid. I think it's called Odontaster, I forget the species name, but as strange as it sounds, this might actually be... So Odontaster is a genus of sea star which occurs mainly in Antarctica and in the sort of high latitudes. And the reason I know that is because if you look at this around the periphery and on the surface, it's all spiny. It's really the surface is really covered with sharp, tiny needles. And that's a characteristic of the family. And they look like goniasterids, but we've actually tested this with molecular data, and they're a completely separate group.
Oh.
The differences are superficial. Well, they're not superficial. They're shared. They're related to each other. But essentially, as far as we can tell, there was a bunch of these that radiated in Antarctica, and then a bunch of them escaped, if you will, and got out into deep-sea habitats all over the world. So there's like odd species of this genus in deep-sea habitats in the Pacific and the Atlantic and elsewhere. And so this is one of those rare, well, it's not a rare specimen, but rather a rare individual, but it is a species that, that doesn't have any near, like there aren't other Odontaster species in the near area. So it's kind of an oddball compared to the other kinds of sea stars that live here. So, and probably they feed on sponges if they're anything like the ones that live in the Antarctic. So we have them in collections, and the reason that I can tell is, I recognize it is because we have so many of them in the collections, but we never see them in their natural setting. Mm-hmm. So, I think this is actually the second or third time we've seen this one alive, because we saw this, previously during one of the Okeanos expeditions in 2015, and which is why I'm so, happy to see it again. So yeah, it's kind of an interesting animal, and maybe I'm sorry to say, it may be gunning for this very sponge that we're looking at, given its proximity, or perhaps it's just feeding on some ambient encrusting animal someplace on the substratum. Mm-hmm. Or, if it is gunning for this larger sponge, then perhaps you should be playing the Jaws theme in very slow tempo. I don't know if we're going to get to any of those spiny urchins, but that turns out to be something called Linapneustes longispinus. And I'll try and share pictures of this on my Twitter feed, Echinoblog. But essentially, they are every bit the spiny ball of urchin that they seem to be. I hunted down the name and found specimens in the collections, and and they're very fragile animals. But man, those spines can. I just got stabbed by one collected like almost 100 years ago, and it's. So clearly the spines.
Yeah, tell me about it. I also have the same problem with the sponge spicules, Chris.
Sponge spicules are terrible. Those things are literally fiberglass.
Yeah, they really are.
So anyway, I'll leave you guys to your
bottle.
Interesting viewing of
right now.
The human anthropogenic condition.
Okay.
And thanks again for a great dive. I look forward to the next one.
Thank you, Chris.
So is there a fish in there?
I think we're seeing some.
No, there's a fish.
I think there's some fish
top.
inside. Yeah. Let's see if it comes out of the bottle. We saw also this earlier. Fish in a bottle, right?
Oh, it's
look.
Whoa.
It is.
Yeah.
It just peeked outside.
Well, it's probably a nice, safe place to be.
Yeah.
Unless your predator can also get in which case it's probably less safe to be in.
There's no way out.
Yep.
Oh, there's actually two of them, I think. I see two.
Yeah. Well, is that one a fish?
Yeah, there was one here.
Yeah, and one over there.
And one over there.
And then what's just to the outside? Is that...
That's one of those squat lobsters.
Yeah. Protecting the house.
And there's also like a tiny... Is that a coral? Or maybe a very small anemone?
Yeah, it is a small anemone.
Yeah.
Very small anemone.
Very small.
These fish hanging out in this bottle, though, are just totally awesome.
Look at them. And actually, they look somewhat different.
Well, that's why I was wondering if the one on the right is actually a fish or if it's a shrimp. It's hard to tell because it's just been stuck up against the side of the bottle. That one I believe is a fish.
No, but I think I saw two different fish, but just different species as well. I wonder. Mm-hmm. Really curious.
We got a little extra light. Well, that one that's on the right is sort of hiding now. But look at that squat lobster.
Yeah.
That is really cool. The coloration, it's like
Yeah.
almost translucent with,
with
yellow
those
and
yellow,
and
orange.
yellow and pink. Yeah. Yeah, and a turquoise eyeball. Oh, there's the fish.
There's one, but there's another one that's hiding.
The second one seemed to have a sucker on the bottom of its head,
Oh.
and it seemed to be sucking on the side of the bottle.
So our video engineer, who has a wonderful eye, was saying that the second one that we were just talking about a little bit might have had a sucker and might have been sort of, you know,
attached
to the side of the bottle.
To the side
Yeah.
of the bottle.
I will take your word for it, Roland.
Yeah.
That was quite an interesting find. It's really, I mean, it's never nice to see anthropogenic material on the seafloor, but when you are seeing it and it's creating a habitat for life to grow on, it makes me feel slightly better.
Yeah, that's
you know?
true. And we've seen also, was it yesterday with the hermit crabs also living inside of a bottle?
Yeah, if you like hermit crabs, I would go and try to watch whatever the replays of Dive 7 are because it had some fantastic hermit crabs in it. I don't think I've ever said the word fantastic and hermit crabs together before, but it was really awesome. And so that was yesterday's dive, which was on the northeast edge of St. Croix, which was on Lang Bank, or right off of Lang Bank. And here we are on the southwest side of St. Croix.
Oh, let's have a look here, because next to the sargassum looks like we have something else. Yeah, I think it's dead, but it's a golden coral.
It really looks golden.
Yeah, it really looks like.
Wow.
Yeah, but it's dead. I'm not seeing any live polyps here. But beautiful skeleton there.
One of the things that's interesting about this Croix is that it's planar instead of being in some kind of bottle brush or bush-like form. There aren't that many species of gold coral, the Croix that are planar like this.
Okay. Let's see if we...
The shape of the skeleton is very diagnostic, so it's definitely in Croix day.
So let's see if we find...
the tissue is all dead.
Yeah, it is.
You can see some live white polyps, very small.
Oh, there is, actually, there in the center, there seems to be like one resisting polyp, or two.
Where?
Yeah, we see a couple of them. There,
Oh,
one.
yes.
Another one there.
Yeah.
I know that the rest of you can't see Joanna pointing on the
very
screen.
Few, yeah.
It was very
in the
helpful for
center.
me. Right in the top center. It was very helpful, Joanna.
I do see a couple of polyps.
Yeah, there are
Yes,
a
go ahead.
I see
few.
a couple of polyps. I'm just not sure that they're
Thank you.
Croix polyps.
Oh, and they're actually there to the, I think it's going to come into center now. There's a portion of this colony that seems to be with the live polyps there. It's only just a few, looks like almost one of the branches still has live polyps.
That's really cool. I don't think I've ever seen the golden coral without its live, flesh on it. And so it really is quite beautiful. Now I understand why everyone calls it golden. So we've got about 2 hours left on the seafloor today. And we've really seen just an amazing amount of stuff, and I expect that we'll continue to do so. Oh, and another beautiful sea urchin. I don't know if we've seen this one today or not. I think I've seen so many sea urchins now in the last 2 days that they're starting to get a little mixed together in my mind. This is an Archaeoneustis hydrix. I don't know if we've seen this one before. Really quite beautiful. It looks like it's moving its spines in the current. Thanks, pilot. So it's a little bigger than 10 centimeters, maybe about 12 or 13 centimeters total. And if you've been following along with us for the last couple of minutes, you'll notice that we have moved back onto a fairly flat plane. Oh, is that you, Chris?
Me again.
Excellent. Could you tell us a little bit about that sea urchin?
Hello? Sure. I'm sorry to interrupt you. This is what's called Archaeoneustes hystrix. So basically this urchin and a lot of the other urchins that we're seeing are what's called irregular urchins. And so these are specialized compared to the other sort of general type of urchins, or what's called regular urchins. Believe it or not, that was actually a formal term. In that irregular urchins have spines that are modified, and bodies, the skeletons, are modified to digging through sediment. Sometimes that's actually plowing through sediment, and sometimes that's actually sort of digging through like sand or what have you. But you can see all of the trails, also called Lebensspuren. But here's a nice Henricia, I think. So this is the opposite of some of these sea urchins with their distinctive spination and plates. Henricia is very generalized and has a morphology that is terrifying to people like me, because once you get them in hand, they're very difficult to tell apart from almost anything else in the genus Henricia. So usually that's a molecular job, when you get them, because trying to figure out what those are requires a lot of painstaking looking through books and trying to distinguish between people who are describing species based on small but pointy spine and pointy but long spine type of characteristics. But anyway, the irregular urchins leave behind a lot of these trails, and what's really nice about them is that they have a very extensive fossil record, because when they die, they, of course, do so in sedimentary habitats. And so a lot of their skeletons, and as a consequence, we have some notion of how long urchins have been in this area and how they've behaved in past environments. And the names imply a certain age, right? Because archaeo means old. Neustes, I forget, but Neustes is a name you frequently find with sea urchins, as well as, I think the other one I gave you was, Holop Neustes, or anyway, there's a lot of them that are fairly ancient, that imply very old, lineages, and some of them are indeed they belong to groups that are considered living fossils on their own, so Conolampus, for example, the urchin, that bun urchin that I showed you the other day, belongs to a group that is also well represented in the fossil record in the Mesozoic, for example. So, there's a lot of interesting related geology and ichnology, when you invoke a lot of these things. And hopefully we'll get to see another Linnipneustes when we, as we go along the sedimentary habitats, and when we see one again digging through the sediment. So anyway, I'll let you get back to your sponges and fishes and whatnot. So thanks so much for giving me a moment to talk about spiny urchins, and just a moment to thank all of the people that are sending me very nice emails about about my little talks here on Okeanos. I didn't realize I was getting to anyone. Thanks so much. Bye-bye.
Thank you, Chris. Bye. And so Chris just talked about two different echinoderms that we just saw, and then actually we are very close to what looked like a whip coral and maybe another coral. and we passed over something that looked like a small bumpy blue thing, and I have no idea what that was. So I think this one might be a sponge, but coating of sediment around its area, but maybe it's not a sponge. But to the right of this, pilots, I think that there was a whip coral and perhaps another coral, if we would be able to zoom in on that.
Deb, just to follow up on your comment that you don't know what that blue bumpy thing is, neither do any of the rest of us. So we've seen that now a few times, and Joanna and I have been going back and forth on what it could be. She doesn't think it's a sponge. I don't think it's a coral. Maybe it's a tunicate.
That was going to be my guess.
I like sponge, but she's the sponge expert, so she doesn't think it's a sponge, then it's not.
Yeah, Scott, I think we have to believe Joanna when she says it's not a sponge. So, yeah, I think our best guess right now is a tunicate. And we've seen two of those blue bumpy things that might be a tunicate. And on yesterday's dives, we were actually stumped by a pink bumpy thing that no one knew what it was, but evidently it was also potentially a tunicate. And Scott, while you're on the line, if you could talk a little bit about this coral, that would be awesome.
Sure, but I just want to say, I'm saying tunicate, but it doesn't feel like tunicate either, so I don't know what it is. So yeah, we're looking right here at a black coral. This spiraling whip, so this is Stichopathes. You can really nicely see the tentacles of each polyp greatly extended from the skeleton. There's a very thin layer of tissue surrounding that skeleton, which is black in color. And if you want to distinguish where each of the polyps begin and end, basically count in multiples of 6, because each tentacle will have a ring of 6. Each polyp will have a ring of 6 tentacles, and we're on the back side of this thing. It's an interesting one where all the polyps seem to be on the face of the skeleton. They would ring a very small, what's called a hypostome. And so, yeah, you can kind of see it here. It looks like there are these little bumps there and of spines or bumps on it. And in some of these black corals, they're really quite elaborate and big, and they have substructures on them. And taxonomists use scanning electron microscopy, so basically, hundreds to thousands of times magnification to look at the structure of those spines, and it's those spines that are used to define the species. And so to identify them, that's kind of what you need to be looking at to identify the species. And the other thing, you are correct, Deb, that was a sponge with this sort of looked like a bald head in the middle of a brownish fringe.
Thanks, Scott. That was really helpful. It's really interesting to learn about these different corals, and especially the black corals. Although I kind of have a soft spot in my heart for the bamboo corals too. They're just so fascinating. And so we're zooming in on a fish right now. We'll see if we can get a little bit. Oh, that's interesting. I'm not sure we've seen that one before with the black spot at its tail, which mimics the black, the black of its eye. I don't know if that's what it's supposed to be doing or if it's just a, happy mistake, but what an interesting looking fish.
I think that's a great explanation, Deb. That looks like that fish could go in either direction. That would confuse a predator.
We're getting some really beautiful imagery of it.
I also agree that it's the first time we've seen it today.
Oh, good.
The first time I've seen it.
Yeah, I think so too. All right, so it's gotten a little far away from us, so we're going to let it go. Oh, look, we have some very nice ripple marks right here.
What did you say?
Ripple marks.
Oh.
We haven't seen really, actually, we really haven't seen anything this regular in terms of ripple marks on this entire dive. This is the first time that we've seen probably enough sediment, and perhaps either it's a strong enough current or there's a lot less bioturbation. I'm not sure which. But
I was also noting earlier when we were looking at one of the close-ups of those clay horizon bamboos, the ones that had the multi-branching that were going into the coils, that it wasn't moving at all. And that's a really thin, fragile skeleton that should move in the current. That suggests to me that the currents down here are really weak, and maybe periodically, at least up here where you see the ripples, they're a little bit faster.
Yeah, I think we've moved up a little bit enough that and we're starting to see that particulate matter sort of flowing through the camera, Scott. So I have a feeling where we were, it was actually very low current before, and maybe we've just moved up into a slightly faster current regime. So we're zooming in on, perhaps that's an urchin skeleton. I think it might be. Every time I say that it's an urchin skeleton, though, it probably turns out to be alive. So Oh no, it's cracked open in the center, so it's definitely dead. So something got in and ate out its innards.
Ooh.
Mm-hmm. But it looks a lot like those, what were they, bun urchins, I think. Yep, so we're just zooming in. So that's what an urchin looks like after it's lost all of its spines and all of its skin and all of its internal organs. So, thank you so much, pilots. So we're just going to keep moving along on the seafloor. And we're seeing, a lot of sargassum again, which we saw at the beginning of the dive. And so it's another one of these blue bumpy things that we were just having a spirited discussion about whether this is a sponge or a tunicate. And our sponge expert, Joanna, just came back in the room, and she's going to say no to a sponge.
I don't think it's a sponge.
Mm-hmm. And so we had arrived potentially on tunicate, but no one feels super confident about that either.
No. Also does not look like a tunicate to me.
But so what is it?
That's the problem. I agree. It doesn't look like a tunicate or a sponge or a coral, so that's why we're.
I wonder if it could. Yeah, I wonder if it could be some sort of encrusting coral that we would find more in shallower waters. I know we're still quite a bit deep, like 400 meters depth, but it's a pity we cannot poke it, because my feeling when I look at it is that it's somewhat calcareous.
Yeah. So I hear you, and I saw your comment on that before, and it's entirely possible. It's just that I'm not seeing any polyps, nor do I see the openings that polyps would come out of, much the way you would be looking for the oscula.
Mm-hmm.
And it may be that they're just so retracted that we can't see it, but you see maybe a couple of pits that look like they're suggestive of where something would be.
Yeah, and we've seen something similar also yesterday, and again we were puzzled about it. It's such a pity we cannot poke it just to have a feeling for. I mean, we do see those raised areas, which could look, if it was a sponge, look like oscules. But I don't know. There's just something about it that to me, doesn't resemble a sponge.
Got it. I really, even though I'm saying tunicate because I don't recognize it as any coral that I've seen, it doesn't have the right structure for a tunicate either.
No.
It doesn't have enough openings on it, so I don't.
It's quite a
believe it's
mystery.
compound tunicate. So, well, maybe it's some kind of coral. We've seen it now 4 or 5 times.
And also the color itself is not a very common color for sponges, at least. We usually see sponges mostly in yellow, white, orange, red. There's very few species actually that have this very strong blue coloration. So yeah, it's a mystery.
Yep. We're still, I mean, what's our depth right now? 419 meters.
Yeah,
so
we're now
still pretty deep
Yeah.
for the sort of standard soft coral
Yeah.
that would be, encrusting that you would find in shallower water. I've never seen any soft coral like that this deep. So it's a mystery.
But so in any case, I'm gonna have a quick look here at some sponge guides, especially more in shallower, what we can find in shallower waters here in the Caribbean, to see if I find something that could match that. But I don't know, I really have the feeling that it's not a sponge. But again, I could be wrong.
I feel like "but I could be wrong" might be our motto of the day.
Yeah.
But I could be wrong. Well, this is a beautiful fish, and we've seen this earlier in the dive.
Yeah, Epigonus.
Oh, is that one Epigonus?
Yeah.
He's looking.
I know. Sorry, Okeanos was the blue one.
Yeah, I
sorry, I've seen just way too many of these.
No, that's
now.
why I was asking, because I thought that the spotted one was not.
Yeah,
Okeanos.
you're right. No, the spotted one is not.
Was this one of the cardinal fish?
The
somewhere?
cardinal.
I remember seeing a number of different names for this one.
That's the green eye.
Yep.
Right. Yeah.
Well, it's the one we thought was the green eye that has yellow eyes. It's a really beautiful fish.
Why do you think it's laying on the seafloor like that?
I don't know.
Resting?
Yeah, makes sense.
But it also may be disturbed by the lights, and so actually is doing something different than its typical behavior. I'm not sure if we know. Oh, it's not a big fish. So the lasers are on now, and you can see that it's a little angled towards us, but even then, at the most, it's 10 centimeters.
Yeah.
Thank you, pilots. And so we're back in an area where we see some evidence of bioturbation, where we have some small burrows and mounds. I was about to say maybe we could look in that sargassum to see if there were fish, but it is rolling away from us even as we speak. I feel like it might have flushed out any juvenile fish by now.
Looks like we have a sea star there on top of something. Is it eating?
It does look like that. Let's see. Let's find
have
out.
a look. And we've been hearing from Chris in previous dives how sea stars often predate on a number of other organisms. Oh. What is it sitting on?
We'll find out when we get closer. There's some interesting burrows or little traces of burrows up to the left while we're taking a look at this. Hi there, who just joined us?
Hey, it's Chris.
Hi,
Hi, Chris.
I'm just
Chris, can you tell us a little bit about this starfish?
Yeah, hold on just a second. We're just acquiring the target now, so I'm trying to get a bead on what it is we're looking at. Oh, okay, got it. Yeah, so this is Henricia, aforementioned sea star that I said that is a pain to identify. But I do know things about their biology because they're relatively well studied, and the fact that it's positioned right over a sponge tells me a lot because Henricia love to eat sponges, and we've seen this in multiple habitats all around the world. It's fairly consistent for Henricia. In fact, some of the members of Henricia actually have a single hyaline spine around their mouth that some people have used to distinguish them as Odonta Henricia as a separate genus. Yeah, so is that a sponge or is that there's like a column right next to the
We're also trying to figure it out. There is a bit of sargassum, so it's a little bit difficult to see what's behind it. But there is another structure that could very well be one of those long papillae of a sponge.
Yeah, I mean, I suppose it could be both. It could be, a sponge on the sargassum, but I mean, the sargassum is probably an organic input for a lot of animals on the bottom of the seafloor, so it wouldn't be terribly unreasonable to think that, that the animal is is feeding on the seaweed itself.
It looks like a sponge to me.
See, I'm trying to. Yeah, I mean it's plausible. Either explanation works. Yeah, it's hard to say, but I would definitely conclude that that the sea star is perched on this cluster of sargassum with the intent to feed on something. It might just be the seaweed itself, or it could be something related to the seaweed. I mean, something on the surface of the seaweed. But what do you call it? Trying to get nutrients on the seafloor is difficult sometimes. So, you'll also notice some of the one of those arms on the left side is slightly discolored, and so that might indicate that one of the arms has recently suffered damage and is regrowing. So, but yeah, so there's definitely, and there's those sponges over to the left. So it's it could go either way.
Great.
But very interesting.
Thank you.
Thanks.
Excellent. Thank you, Chris.
And thanks to Roland for grabbing that observation. Thank you. Bye.
Thank you, Chris. Bye. Yeah, so whenever we see usually a sponge like that on a strange position, it's most likely that it's going to be over either a sponge or a coral and having a feast.
Like the sea star sort of draped over something like that. Yeah, that makes a lot of sense. So we're at 415 meters now. The water temperature is about 14 degrees Celsius. We are southwest of St. Croix in what looks like a landslide scar where we can see the head wall and lateral scarps and the slumping features in the middle. And we've been, over the course of the day, sort of moving from flat up a slope onto another flat, up another slope. And now we're, I think, at the top flat that we were going to reach. And we've got about, I think, an hour and a half left of our dive. And so there's still a lot to see. And we'll
just
go off to see it.
Yeah, and just cruise around a bit, see if we find some more fish. Our primary goal of this dive was see if we could find some of those commercially relevant species that occur in the area.
Today, I don't think we've seen any, have we?
No, we have not. We have not. So yesterday in Langbank, we still saw a few, like a queen snapper and roughy, or a slimehead, a Darwin slimehead, but not today, not yet at least.
And so we just had a quick changeover of the ROV team. And so they're going to get us started moving again. And we've been very lucky with these two dives off of St. Croix that we haven't had a lot of problems with sargassum at the surface or the near surface. We actually had to run away from a few sites on the southern side of Puerto Rico because there was so much sargassum in the water and just below the water that it was actually interfering with the ship's ability to cool the engines.
Yeah, we had another dive plan in Investigator Ridge, but we saw that the conditions were not ideal.
Guayanilla Canyon as well.
Yeah, exactly.
But these have been unanticipated but incredibly interesting.
Yeah. Yeah, and after today we're going to transit to the north of Puerto Rico Island and hopefully be doing some couple of deeper dives on Puerto Rico Trench.
Yep.
What is it that we're looking at here? A stalk, some sort. We don't see anything live attached to it, I think. So yeah, I'm not sure exactly what this could have been. Maybe some sort of coral skeleton.
It looks a lot like my favorite shape of pasta.
So yeah, we have a few mysteries on this dive. We had this blue encrusting or seemingly encrusting organism that we're not sure what it is. There was been a lot of debate here whether it's a sponge, a coral, or a tunicate, and we don't seem to find any very convincing evidence of that supports either of the three options. Another intriguing organism has been these zoanthids that show up very coiled with a very thick central coil that we've also seen earlier on in a previous dive. And again, we're not 100% sure what is it that they're covering.
Pilot, this is Watchley. So one of the things that we have been looking for this whole dive, and you probably already know, is that if we see fish, that's sort of the priority for zooming and looking in on them. Thank you. So I think the rest of our dive, Joanna, is going to be on a pretty flat plane. I think that we're at about 416 meters, and I think that the waypoint that we're trying to get to, albeit very slowly, is about 410 meters. So it's going to be pretty flat from now on.
Yeah, from now on.
Which is good because it gives us opportunities to scan the seafloor and look at great things.
And you never know. One thing we've been learning from a lot of these dives is how patchy, the distribution of some of these species can be. So sometimes we see one sort of community, and then just some meters away from it, we'll see something completely different.
Very true.
Oh, there's a little fish again here. That's the cardinal green eye fish. These we've seen a number of them throughout this dive.
I would say this has been pretty common.
It's been probably the most common one.
But followed closely by the epigonus, which was the silvery blue fish that we saw.
Yeah. But we also saw a really nice goosefish or a anglerfish.
Yep.
And a shaunax.
Yep, love them. And actually on our video clipping today was asking why it's sitting on the seafloor. We were asking this just a little bit ago, and we were trying to decide why it might be sitting on the seafloor. And Scott France, one of our scientists in the chat room, was saying that it may also be a sort of sit and wait so that if something comes by, you can very quickly jump up and get it. Yeah. So it may be a behavior that it's choosing rather than being disturbed by us.
Yeah, because we don't often know exactly what their predatory behavior is really on many of these deep water species.
Except yesterday when we watched the anemone totally eat a fish. We definitely saw predatory behavior then.
Yeah.
It was a fantastic moment.
Yeah. Also, in terms of odd behavior, I heard back from Mike Vecchione about why that squid was moving so strangely. So he said that usually this species is just in the water column, and it probably hadn't encountered something like the bottom before. So, I mean, imagine if you're an organism that just like lives in the water column,
And suddenly,
yeah, you're just like, wait, what is this huge barrier?
Yeah.
So that was really interesting, and we'll have that squid footage up hopefully sometime soon. But it was really beautiful, and thank you to Mike if you're listening for that insight.
And it was really interesting on it because what you were talking about, the unusual behavior, it was sort of bent, and it kept bouncing off the bottom, and then it would bend a little bit more.
Yeah,
and it
so
was
cool.
really not normal looking for what we think of squid. And it was only towards the end when it jetted off that it had that elongate shape that we associate with being a squid. So it was a very interesting. We saw a lot of really interesting behavioral moments yesterday and today. So.
Yeah, definitely.
I did miss that squid moment, obviously, as I missed the other day the shark. So it seems that I cannot go out for lunch because you get all the cool stuff.
You might have been talking to Azorian school children
Oh,
at that
that's
time.
true. That's true. We had a couple of live interactions the past few days.
I do feel like, though, the moment that you step foot out of the control room to go have lunch is the moment that the most exciting thing you could possibly see happens.
Yeah.
Oh.
And so we're seeing a few of these little mounds again, but not as many as we were before, and less tracks than we were seeing before.
Yeah. Oh, let's have a look at that.
Would you like to zoom in on
Yeah,
the
that's
little
it.
stick-like
Yeah.
thing?
Yeah.
Yeah.
I think the pilots are already heading towards it. Oh, it's again one of these. I think it's again one of these things we saw earlier. Yeah, let's have a look at this, because we've seen this earlier and we can't quite figure out what's making this stick. There's a discussion also going on here in the chat room about it. So that's the zigzag tube that we saw earlier, and yeah, Asako votes on a polykit making this. I really wonder. It's we know there's a number of polykit worms that can build these tubes, but I don't think I've ever seen one like this long and upright like this. And we don't see any evidence of the polykit itself, but I mean, it could be just hiding in it. Oh, and Asako is actually saying that she has collected a similar one before. Okay, so that's great. That's really good to know that. Thank you. That's usually the best way to know what things are exactly is once you've collected and examined it carefully. And of course today we are not able to collect because we are within the 12 nautical miles
However, though, what you were
area.
saying, this imagery is really amazing.
Yeah, it
and
is.
some of it can actually be used for diagnostics in terms of identifying
Oh,
biology.
sure.
In fact, there was a recent paper, right, that was that identified a new species just from Okeanos footage,
That is
rather
true.
than from having a sample in hand.
Oh, but we have something else now coming into view. Let's have a look at that.
So we're going to move up on this tall thing in the center top while watching the tumbling sargassum tumble by.
Oh, it looks like it could be again one of these zigzag tubes that we've just seen. And this one seems pretty tall, actually. Yeah, if we could get the lasers on, yeah, there they are. So yeah, so we can see that these are what, maybe 30 centimeters in height, perhaps. Let's have a look and see what's there. think we need to have a zoom in to be able to see what's... At least the tube seems similar to what we've seen earlier on. But this one looks to be more inhabited by something. Oh, so this one has zoanthids on it. Lots of them, actually.
Wow.
Yeah, look at that.
There's a lot of zoanthids.
It's really covered.
Yeah.
And as we were talking about earlier, often these zoanthids just, take the opportunity of, hard substrate that is available and just colonize.
They have certainly done that here.
Yeah, and we can see, I think they've actually grown some tissue around that central tube. Oh, that's very interesting.
It's interesting how they're so much, or they seem to be so much thicker on each of the little branches out rather than the central column. It's like, it's because they're trying to catch the current more?
Yeah, probably. And there's just a lot more sort of aggregating there. Yeah. So oh, look at that. Can we further zoom in on that central axis? Yeah, and you can see there the lower portion of this stalk is not colonized by the zoanthid, and then you see like some 10 centimeters off bottom. There you get all of the zoanthids.
You think that's where it becomes favorable in terms of current or water column?
Possibly, yeah. Oh, that's beautiful. Beautiful footage of these zoanthids overgrowing something that we couldn't quite figure out what it is, but at least Asako has found something similar of these tubes earlier on, and they were polychaete tubes. And the ones we saw yesterday, and we saw also one of those today, they were similar to these. The zoanthids were different in color, but they were also like covering completely some sort of tubular structure. But that one was really coiled. So this one is like zigzagging with lower facing tubes. It's very interesting. Thank you. It's a great image. This is great. Thank you. And what's interesting is that once you find, at least in the previous expeditions that I've been in, once you find some of these zoanthids, typically you will find quite a number of them. Oh, so here actually to the lower right we see some more of these tubular structures, although these ones are much smaller, which really makes me wonder if these are all the same. If it's all the same organism that is building these. And there's actually what seems to be one tumbled there also to the right. Let's have a look. Yeah, it's interesting. So this one looks like it's wavy, and then it has sort of these branches facing the sediment.
So am I getting
directed.
Am I getting the feeling that this is less about the excitement of over the zoanthids and more about the surprise or mystery of trying to figure out what they're growing on?
Yeah, it's a little bit. It's a bit of both. A bit of both.
What was just below this? There were two dark objects.
Oh, there's a burrow there. There's a couple of burrows actually.
Well, we should investigate them then.
With the squat lobsters. Look, so see this?
Yeah, that's definitely the squat lobster's place to be.
So this is what I was telling you about earlier, that sometimes you see these burrows and they're...
Did you see he just moving a brittle star out of the way?
Did it?
Yeah, right there. Oh. There's a tiny brittle star, and it just picked it up and shoved it out of the way.
It's clearing its front porch.
Yes, it would not like that brittle star. Aren't those beautiful?
Beautiful, yeah. Look at the, all the spination there on the, along its arms, how beautiful blue and green color.
Whatever was right there, it really didn't want it to come into its burrow. I swear, there was a tiny brittle star there.
Oh, that's really nice.
Oh, and now it's retreating. Maybe all of that was to just get the brittle star out of its home.
So we already have several votes for polychaetes forming those tubular structures that we've just seen. So I'll go with that.
Interesting. I do love the coloration of this spot lobster. Really just like the fact that it's sort of So it was really interesting. So we looked in the burrow, we saw a squat lobster that happened to have beautiful coloration, and I am pretty sure was pushing a brittle star out of its home. And so we're at 414 meters right now on the seafloor. It's not surprising that we're seeing all this sargassum.
Mm-hmm. Oh, is that again one of those grayish, bluish mystery animals? I think it is. They're coming into the center. Yeah. No, just lower right to the lasers. Yeah.
Is it?
Yeah. Is it? I think so. Yeah, let's have another look at that. Just to see if we can figure out what this is. So this is something, let's have a look. I think it is the same thing. This has been intriguing us now for a while. Yeah, it is the exact same thing, and it seems to have pretty much always the same shape. I really wish we could identify what it is.
Hey, Joanna, it's Scott. And
Hi,
now
Scott.
that I've looked in the soft coral book, and on this one I'm seeing a lot of darker circles, that does look like where polyps could retract. So somewhere between sponge and coral still.
Okay,
but
thank
soft
you.
Soft coral is not out of the question. How's that?
Okay, thank you. Thank you, Scott.
Yep.
Okay, we've now seen a number of these, and I think the mystery will remain until a sample can be collected, or until someone, we can also send some of these images, which are really high quality, to some coral expert and see if those could indeed be some sort of coral.
So wait, I was not listening for just one tiny moment of time. Is it a soft coral or is it not a soft coral?
So it's a possibility that it is.
Possibility. Okay. Excellent. I'm glad to hear it.
At this point, we still don't know.
Yeah. We're still not sure, and we all really like a good mystery.
It's true.
Many emails probably will be exchanged in the next couple of days just because of that.
I think that's actually one of the things that's most exciting about Okeanos Explorer
Yeah.
expeditions is that there's always at least one thing that stumps you. And often it's more than one thing per dive that stumps you, but this is a great one to try to figure out what the bumpy blue thing is. Yeah, can we zoom in on that bottom left thing? It's lightly grayish blue.
Mm-hmm.
Do we want to play It's a Rock, It's Not a Rock?
It's the same thing.
It's the blue thing. So, wow. That's weird looking. So the options are soft coral, tunicate, or possibly even sponge. Or a sponge, no. Does anyone else think that one has a face? Okay, thank you, Pilot.
Thank you. I still think it's not a sponge.
Well, I can tell you it's not a rock.
But I will,
I
will definitely reach out to some of my sponge colleagues here in the Caribbean.
Blue biomat.
Mm-hmm. I've been calling it blue goo. So
blue goo?
Blue goo. Okay, so it's kind of not quite gooish, but it doesn't seem particularly not gooish either. All right, so we're just moving along the seafloor, and we're kind of scanning left and right to see if there's something that might be of interest to zoom on. There seems to be a little less bioturbation up here than we've seen.
Yeah, it does.
Elsewhere.
It's interesting.
Yeah.
We're not seeing any more of these very long, wavy tracks of the sea urchin.
Mm-hmm. But every so often we are passing over what look like burrows, little holes where there's probably something living in them. Look at that track. That's a big track.
Yeah, that's a long one there.
Mm-hmm. There's nothing at this end of it. I wonder if there's something at the other end. Oh, we just saw a gastropod shell go by.
And not so many fish here anymore.
No, really
isn't
not.
It?
Do you think it's because there aren't places to hide?
Yeah, probably. If you could choose to live on a forest or on a desert, where would you choose?
I would definitely pick the forest.
And this is why it's so important. Sometimes we see these, sponge aggregations or coral gardens or coral reefs, and I think it's really that 3D structure that provides the habitat for so many other species. That's of course not to say that there's no diversity here. There will certainly be a lot of small species living, the in fauna living in this in the sediment.
Right. But our goal for today's dive be because we're not sampling, is really to not disturb the area that we're going through. We try not to disturb it anyways, but when sampling, sometimes it gets a little bit, maybe some sediment will get blown off because of a thruster or something like that. In this case, we're trying to be kind of careful and just taking good imagery.
Science, you maybe want to reference the sonar on stream 3. We're also using that to look further out than our cameras can show.
Thanks, Roland.
Yeah, and so I think we're now roughly, 1 or 1.5 hours away from the end of this dive, so maybe this would be a good time for me to also do a little summary of what we've been seeing so far here. And I will, since we've done a number of those summaries in English, I will also do one in Spanish for those who are following us from, for instance, from Puerto Rico. Hola, buenas tardes a todos. Pues estamos aquí con el NOAA Ocean Exploration a bordo del navío Okeanos Explorer. Hoy estamos en la exploración número 8 de esta campaña, Voyage to the Reach, y hoy estuvimos explorando una área del sudoeste de la isla de St. Croix. Hemos subido una escarpa, un par de escarpas en realidad, entre los 600 y los 400 metros de profundidad. El objetivo principal era de caracterizar las comunidades de peces que esperábamos encontrar aquí, bien como también las comunidades bentónicas y el hábitat que aquí ocurre. No hemos visto en realidad muchos peces, algunas especies, todavía no de las especies comerciales, como por ejemplo la Queen Snapper o la Silk Snapper, pero hemos visto una variedad de otros organismos, principalmente equinodermos, unas cuantas esponjas, y ahora lo voy a cambiar muy rápido porque estamos mirando aquí algo que no hemos visto todavía. Y muchas gracias por seguirnos. Oh, and so we're seeing here a little aggregation of sea urchins.
That's not little. There are a lot of sea urchins.
All of a sudden, and these
Wow.
are these the conolampas we saw yesterday that
I don't
had these debris.
Yeah, I don't know.
On top of them. So let's wait and see. Chrisma, if you're...
Yeah, but actually,
Please.
I was going to ask Pilot, can we maybe zoom out for a minute to see
If
the
you're
whole field?
Yeah. Chris, if you're listening to us...
Oh, he is.
You will be very happy to see this aggregation.
Yeah, I want to look out and just see what these all look like before we zoom in on everything.
Oh, wow.
Look at how many
how
there are.
many.
Yeah, that's why I wanted to zoom out on them. Because, I mean, there's easily more than 20? Wow.
Chrisma.
There's
Chris.
a lot of them.
Hey.
Could you tell us
Oh
about
my
this
God.
party of sea urchins?
We're all wearing hats.
Okay. Wow.
Soccer
I mean,
match.
I've actually seen these discussed. So a lot of this area was studied in the 80s by Dave Pawson and the others with the Johnson Sea Link. This is sort of the sort of thing that Pawson and Craig Young and all the other guys saw when they did a lot of that work back in the day. So this is Conolampus sigsbeyi, and one of the things that I've been discovering as I've been doing more homework is that Conolampus is one of the species that actually has this bizarre, it's not bizarre, but there's this covering response that urchins have where like the shallow water ones will like put, they'll cover their surface with debris of various kinds. At the surface, that's thought to be a protection against UV light. So this could be some kind of relictual behavior, or it could be some other kind of camouflage. But for whatever reason, Conolampus does this, and what do you call it, Paleoneustes, which is that other kind of bun-like irregular urchin, doesn't do it. So I don't know enough about them offhand to say. But this is, I think, some kind of, I would imagine it's some kind of reproductive aggregation. A lot of them aggregate like this, and this optimizes, when they reproduce, all of their gametes are emitted at a certain time of the year. But I mean, you can, as you've done before, a wide angle view shows all of them creating all of these tracks all over the sand. I guess they're called Lebensburen by the Germans. I'm probably badly mispronouncing that. But there are behaviors of similar types of sea urchins like this in the fossil record. Certainly Conolampus is seen in the fossil record doing something similar to this. But this is really just amazing. I mean, I've been told about these kind of aggregations by people who had seen these back in the day, but there's very surprisingly very few images or video of these that that the public has seen, including myself. And so, wow, that's
this
beautiful.
is really cool. And
I mean,
Chris,
so,
I'm going to interrupt you for just 1 minute because I'm going to ask. I think this might be a good place to take a water sample.
Yes, that's actually a very good point here.
So I want us to take a water sample perhaps before we get too far away because it is one of the more abundant areas we've seen.
Yeah, and maybe we'll be able to detect urchin DNA in the water. So let's have a look.
Could we potentially do a water sample?
That would be funny if we didn't actually find any Conolampus DNA here.
That would be very funny.
But yeah, you can see. I mean, it'd be part of me would just love to have a time lapse of this, just to see where they're all, what patterns they're in. If they're going around in circles, or if they're, because echinoderms live in a different time scale than us. So for all I know, they're going around, shaking, so to speak, shaking hands with one another, or trading hats, or whatever it is. I mean, because it's fascinating to me. I mean, all of them have. It's not incidental. Almost all of them have a little like debris hat on the surface. I mean, it's like a meet and greet. I mean, I'd almost kind of say this was some kind of Conolampus, mating dance prom thing. I mean, it's amazing. I really. It's one thing to read about this in a paper, and to see it. Reported at an echinoderm conference. It's another to actually see it. and it, I don't know. I mean, for me anyway, it's just amazing.
So, Chris, I have a question. So, do they just collect, debris from the seafloor, and then they just use the spines to move them upwards, and then they decide, okay, this is good enough now, and no more debris?
Well, I mean, that's what's interesting about it. I mean, look, if we can scroll through, I mean, not scroll through, but if the camera can kind of pan across the different individuals. Yeah, I mean, it's interesting because from all the Conolampus that we've seen so far, it does appear that a lot of the debris is in the same place. And, and it kind of...
It really is.
It kind of varies, doesn't it? But it's always in the same place, and they all have one. It's not just incidental on the surface.
Yeah.
Right. Well, I mean,
really
it's weird, but it's not. I mean, it's not random. It's. Yeah. See, there's one, and I bet that the others all have a similar kind of little, like a little hat of debris Yeah, see, there's another one.
Yeah, this
And
is
it's in the
really
same
cool.
place.
So they must find a way
You know
to
what I mean?
really
It's-
position all of that debris right at the top of their body and just keep it there.
Yeah.
It's like gelling your hair into a mohawk.
Yes. I mean, it's like some Victorian hat party, you know? I mean, they're just like all of these bow-shaped sea urchins, and they're walking around the bottom of the seafloor with
Hats.
these little debris, sargassum hats, and it's like that. Oh, there's one of those old French dances where they're going in sort of line dance position. I mean, I just kind of wonder if maybe there's some kind of pattern to the tracks that we're seeing. Yeah, and Roland is listening to me, or someone's listening to me, and panning back to try and see if the trails show any kind of pattern. And it really, it does seem very striking to me, because I've never actually. I mean, again, I've read about them, but it's not the same thing to actually just sort of hear the reports say, oh, and they just kind of, they're in these large aggregations. But look at the trails overlap, and all of the individual urchins have, I don't know if, honestly, I don't know to what extent this has been documented in the literature, whether or not, I know it's been reported in the literature because I've heard of this, but I don't know how if it's ever been characterized.
Yeah, and if
because I don't do urchins.
Well, now we have a lot of footage that hopefully will help somebody else understand the behavior.
Totally.
Unfortunately, they'll probably have to take out the track of us laughing hysterically about the commentary, because it's been so interesting.
It's just so fun.
I keep thinking of this as slow motion bumper cars. Don't they look like they're just sort of slowly moving towards one another? But this is really amazing.
I mean, this is just such a. I mean, there's just so much about this that is magic. I mean, we this is one of those things that I am going to tweet the hell out of this. Because this is just so, but it's like we're seeing, okay, so here's a couple in the picture where they're actually in proximity to one another. There's three of them.
There's three of them.
I mean, so are those, it makes me wonder if those, so they all have the little hat of debris, and I mean, and they're all kind of positioned in and they're actually like next to one another. So
I think we should take a picture and ask
it just makes me wonder if there's some kind of seasonal
to caption
thing.
it.
I was thinking that this might be my Halloween costume. I could go as an urchin and wear a hat made of debris.
Oh, look at that.
Oh, wow, this is...
And Chris, if you shift to camera 2, you can actually see a lot of them. So a number are now just underneath the view of the Discoverer, but still. And I think
is so cool.
Yeah, and I think Asako here in the chat room was saying she counted 35 already.
Oh, 35.
So there's quite a lot.
Oh, someone's actually counting?
Yes.
Okay. I mean, I was going to do that later, but wow.
You can thank Asako now, then. So this is really fantastic. And Chris, thanks so much for calling in and telling us about it.
It's
because
a great story.
This is very exciting to see. And I just, I love the fact that you can see the traces and the sea urchins.
And you just got Art Howard, it's his highlight of the day.
I mean, I just hope that, like I said, I'm going to make a bigger deal about this, but this is really the kind of thing that if we could, you can publicize this to the public. One of the cool things about this whole science,
They just keep going.
In the old days, and this is the same thing that I've said about Bersingids, about a lot of deep sea animals. It used to be that the only people who could see these were people in this field, and even then, maybe half a dozen people, the ones who got to go down in the submarines, and maybe the people who got to see the video, and now you can, everybody can enjoy this, and I'm really just jazzed that I can sort of help present the narrative here along with you. But I mean, like with Persingids, there used to be, in the world, there used to be maybe 4, 6 people who knew what Persingids were, or like these urchins. I mean, there used to be probably,
that's what's so
number of people
fantastic
who,
about this telepresence, really.
Mm-hmm.
Oh yeah, no, I mean, but and then much to Deb's chagrin, like those isopods, I mean, even there was a time when people didn't know what isopods, those giant isopods, even existed,
exactly.
And now kids wear them on T-shirts.
Yep.
So
yeah, one of my friends has a stuffed giant
I'm not
isopod.
kidding.
I think we need a Conalampas T-shirt.
I do think so as well.
I think this deserves a T-shirt.
So these are fantastic.
Okay, well,
I have a feeling
I'm
we
going
might
to say
eventually
this-
have to move away from here.
Yeah, I'm going to say this aloud to my followers on Twitter. I know many of you are art people. Go forward and make this into art. And
please make us a T-shirt.
And that is, I'm going to see. Yes, make me a T-shirt, and I will wear it.
We all will.
But no, I'm serious. I know there are people who will do that. So
that's really cool, Chris. Thank you so much.
This is just tremendous.
Yeah, and we will continue. Maybe
I almost
let's
don't
see for how long. Let's see for how long this actually extends.
Mm-hmm.
See if we continue seeing it as we go forward.
Yeah. Forgive me if I don't hang up immediately. I just want to kind of sort of bask in this for a while.
Oh, no worries.
See how long you can.
We're always happy to have you.
I think that's wonderful because actually we are still seeing some as we're moving over it. And going back to something that we talked about earlier, so we did just take a water sample in this middle of this aggregation. I think it's actually going to be a wonderful test of how well the eDNA might work because it should show that there's a lot of sea urchin DNA I assume in the water right here being shed.
Yeah. So of course there is a lot of variability also as to some animals shed more DNA into the water than others through mucus or skin cells or scales or so it's quite variable.
Yeah, but this might be a good
but
test.
Still, yeah.
I just had a very horrifying realization too that basically you're running the sub through a Conalampas orgy. Disturbing. Sorry. There's some of the people who there was I for various professional reasons I won't say who, but there were people who have made edited cuts of Okeanos video, and I know and you know who you are, but I can tell this is gonna make another cut one of these days, so that's just going to be amazing. Okay, it looks like we're clear of the Conalampas, but we're still seeing the Lebensburg. And
I'm really happy we saw this now.
Yeah, it was great.
Yeah.
And thanks for calling in.
Thank you so much, Chris. It's always great fun to have you joining us.
Just to let you guys know, the pilots actually found that by watching the sonar. There was a bright patch on the sonar, and it was the only thing really showing up, and when we went there,
very cool.
Those guys are what was showing up.
Seriously?
Yeah.
Wow.
That's really
hilarious.
Neat.
I remember once back in 2015 or so, we actually saw a similar aggregation just as we were leaving the bottom. It wasn't Conalampas, it was Archaeoneustes. And I just about cried because, we came upon it and we're like, oh, we got to go now. I was like, argh. So anyway, okay, and so now we're back to sandy bottoms. Okay, thanks so much. Thanks so much.
All right, have a good day, Chris.
Okay, thank you, Roland. I'll probably go back and re-watch that video later on today.
Excellent.
In general.
Brilliant, Chris.
Thanks so much.
Thanks
Bye-bye.
for joining us.
Thank you.
This was a great moment.
Oh, thank you. Thank you. Bye-bye.
Right, and now we are roughly 1 hour away from the end of this dive. And we are here at 411 meters depth on the southwest, to the southwest of St. Croix Island. We just saw a really spectacular Conolampas urchin aggregation with a few dozen individuals. Really interesting, and we just had Chris Maad joining us to share his excitement about what we were seeing, which is really, really interesting. So these seem to have been known to the scientific community since some time, but there are very few observations actually of these urchins aggregating like we saw now. So this was really cool.
So we've got a little less than an hour yet, and I don't know. I don't think anything we're going to be able to see in the next 50 some odd minutes is going to top
what we just saw.
The aggregation of sea urchins together. But we can try. Maybe something else will come up that's very exciting. That was thrilling. There's a lot of chatter on the ship just about how interesting that was.
Yeah.
Oh, what's coming up in the distance?
No, that's okay.
I don't think we need to stop for this stalk. If you're looking for the
fine.
target 10 meters away, that would be great. So, pilot, this is Watchley. So how did you guys feel about the sea urchins? We think so, too.
To me, it was totally a soccer game. Just slow motion.
So that was just fantastic. It was really, I think what's so special about that, not just that it was cool, to see so many sea urchins in one place, but again, it's a behavioral pattern that we haven't seen. So we're seeing some really interesting and novel, maybe not novel, but interesting behaviors that was a return. Wow. So this little tiny lip is coming up as a hard return on our sonars. And normally we expect to see something like a big rocky outcrop or something. And so this is surprising that I guess there's a little bit of a tiny outcrop back there behind the sargassum.
Yeah, looks like so.
But it's
very dark.
So buried.
With some coating as well.
Are those the serpulid worms?
Serpulid worms, yeah.
Mm-hmm. That was really surprising that was the reflector that was coming back. Oh, there's another stocky thing that was laying on the ground that's got that zigzag pattern.
Zigzag pattern, yeah. Mm-hmm. And I think there's also another one a bit further to the... Oh, is that a small anemone there?
Yeah, that's an
yes,
anemone.
yeah, that has these striped
What's
tentacles.
to the bottom right below that anemone?
Oh, that's also one of those bristle worms.
Wow.
Yeah,
It's beautiful.
It has these orangey dots.
That's really interesting. So that this little tiny outcrop maybe is buried a little bit, but it's still
yeah.
enough to provide a difference in reflection against the very soft sediment. That's really cool.
Oh, and it seems like that we have actually some stalked sponges there. I see 3 of them at least. A little bit at a distance. Would be good to have in the center of the screen. Yeah, there are look like 3 stalked sponges, so they open like a little funnel.
Are they below the large stalk?
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah. Yeah. And I don't think we've seen these before, so yeah.
I'm still kind of giggling about the sea urchins.
Oh yeah, it's so good.
Oh, another.
That's a sclerotinia.
Yep.
That's another one of those anemones.
Yep, and then is that a cup coral to the left?
Yeah, that's a cup coral to the left there. Oh, it's really pretty.
They are. And these solitary cup corals just hanging out.
I'm actually wondering if this anemone is actually a tube anemone, because I think what differentiates the 2 types is that these would have 2 rows of tentacles, and it looks like that these do have that.
I don't see an obvious tube, though.
No, that's true.
Yeah. Look at how little those were. So the lasers are 10 centimeters apart,
yes.
and so
that's cup coral is just like
teeny.
1 centimeter or so.
Yeah.
Great shot on stream 2, looking into ROV.
So if you're watching with us from the shore and you want a better look at what the ROV looks like, you can switch over to camera 2, because we have a beautiful shot of the Deep Discoverer from Sirius, which is the upper part of the 2-body system that makes up the ROV.
Yeah, and we do have here actually a sponge that we hadn't seen earlier on. So this is a demo sponge, and my guess is that this is possibly in the genus Phacelia. So they typically have these upright, they look a bit like a glove, like a baseball glove. This upright morphology, and they're just basically a blade. It's very nice. And typically one of the surfaces will be the inhalant surface and the other one the exhalant surface.
Mm-hmm.
It's great. Thank you, Paula. And we have there again those zoanthids that are overgrowing some sort of a harder tube or stalk. Oh, this now is something else actually. It's a coral, but it's so thin, so delicate. Oh, and there's again one of these urchins also to the left of it. There's one of those urchins with the very long spines. Very white one. Yeah. Oh, and we're seeing Sirius now.
Oh, wow.
Look at that.
I don't think I've ever seen this
me
view
neither.
before.
Me neither. It's very bright.
It's very cool.
Which is why it's called Sirius.
Sirius is the name of the
brightest
brightest star in the sky.
brightest star, right?
Yeah.
Ah, look at that.
Oh, this is cool.
That's very cool.
Pulling for a wide shot. And you go ahead and pan back down to the bottom. Now we got the cinema out of the way.
So we just had some beautiful, I'm going to call them beauty shots. I'm not sure what else you would call them, of D2 and Sirius looking at one another. And it was really nice because we so rarely get to see those views.
That's true.
I certainly have never seen a direct view of Sirius looking down at D2 like we just had a few minutes ago. That was pretty cool.
Yeah, it was very, very nice.
And I'll just, again, I'll mention that if you have interest in looking at the ROV and how it's set up, camera 2 right now just has this beautiful view of the Deep Discoverer. So you can always switch over to camera 2 and then pop back to camera 1.
And we're just going to have, again, a quick zoom at this stalk here in front of us to see if it does have the zoanthids as we've seen earlier on.
I'm going to guess for zoanthids.
I'm going to guess for zoanthids too. and there they are. So if we can zoom a little bit towards the center of the stalk, and can we have a look? Can we have a look at the stalk at the base actually? Yeah.
Still trying to figure out what it's on.
Yeah. Yeah, it looks very much there's
this
this
one's obscured
blocked by the sargassum, but that's okay. But that's okay. It looks just the same as we've seen earlier on. Thank you, pilot.
I didn't see that.
And so we're transversing now here through a very pretty flat area. Still a lot of soft sediment here. We're not finding a lot of fish now in this area.
And then we did have a couple personnel changeovers. So for Global Foundation for Ocean Exploration, this is Anna Sagatov at the video clipping chair. I'm cutting videos. And on the video control and broadcast station is Brian Doros. Our ROV pilot is Andy O'Brien. Our co-pilot is Todd Gregory. And our navigator is Fernando Aragon.
Thanks, Anna.
You're welcome.
And we are here on the 8th dive of EX2206. We are in the southwest corner of St. Croix, and we are investigating what is basically a landslide scar. So we've been kind of moving up from flats to slopes and then kind of jumping from scarp to scarp. And now we're pretty much at the highest point we expected to be at today, another flat area. And we're just investigating what we can see. And it's been a really cool dive so far.
Yeah.
We've seen a lot of fish. We've seen a lot of
echinoderms.
Yep. And
a few corals and a few sponges, especially on the rocky outcrops.
Yep. What we didn't find are any of the commercially valuable species of fish we had expected to see or had hoped to see, like the queen snapper.
Or the silk snapper, yeah.
But it's still been incredibly interesting. And much like yesterday's dive where we had a wide diversity of echinoderms, today we had a giant party of echinoderms. So it's been very cool. And so we're moving along this almost entirely flat sedimented plain. And there are some signs of bioturbation. We see some small mounds. We've seen some burrows. And every time we've looked in a burrow on this particular dive, we've seen a squat lobster or a shrimp protecting its home.
But we stopped seeing those larger mounts that we saw earlier on, that we think were made by an acorn worm.
And we never saw the acorn worm.
No, we didn't. We just saw the...
Which is too bad because they're very cool looking, actually.
Yeah. And so I think the fish that we've seen most commonly here were these epigonus fish, the green eye fish. Those were both rather common throughout the dive, or at least the most common on this dive. And then we've seen a goosefish or anglerfish, and we've seen a shaunax, a toadfish as well.
Love them.
Those are really cool. And I think we saw also at the very beginning of the dive, we saw some pearl sides. As for sponges and corals, we've seen a few glass sponges, 2 or 3 species of lithistid sponges or rock sponges. And as for corals, we've seen a few Stichopathus black corals and also some bamboo corals. Those were like the most common ones. If we can really call it common. They were not very common though.
And in terms of the geology, well, we did see some interesting features. It certainly has been very, very heavily sedimented pretty much the whole time. We did see some nice layering on a sort of a sheer face, and we saw some large rocky outcrops further downslope. I see a couple sponges, Joanna.
Yeah, that's what I'm... Can we have a quick look at those? I don't think we've seen these before. Oh, they're actually very interesting. So they are, I think they are demo sponges, so not glass sponges, but they have an unusual shape, sort of little barrels, and I think at the very top that's where we'll find the oscule, an opening, but let's see if we can see that in more detail. Yeah, very clear oscule there. There's nothing like particularly distinctive in them that would point towards a specific group. So there's a number of sponges that have this overall morphology. But they're certainly demo sponges. Thank you.
Really cool. And as I mentioned previously in this dive and others, I love it when we zoom in on the biology because then I can take a look at the sediment. So we're just zipping along the seafloor right now, moving at a fast clip. Because the ROV and Sirius are on a tether, there's only so far we can go away from the ship before we need to move closer to them. There are some faint traces on the seafloor here, but not as many or as raised as we had seen earlier. And Joanna, even though we're not allowed to sample in this area, we can take water samples. So we can't take biology or geology samples, but we can take water. And we have 2 water samples left. So keep that in mind if there's anything exciting that comes along.
Let's see if we come across an area with a little bit more diversity. And if we do, we will collect another water sample. And if we don't, then we may just not collect. Thank you, enough.
All right, so 29 minutes left on the dive.
Yeah.
Not 30, not 28.
29. So still plenty of time to see a giant isopod, Deb.
Great. There's nothing I like more than a giant isopod.
I think that what you feel about giant isopods is what I feel about horseshoe crabs. There's something.
I love horseshoe crabs.
You do? See?
They're so
weird.
interesting looking.
To me, they just, I don't know. They look very scary.
Should we examine that white thing in the distance, Joanna?
Yeah, let's have a look. Could be a urchin test, but yeah, let's have a quick look. Quick zoom in on it.
Is this where we play the game sponge or
rock?
Sponge or urchin? Sponge or urchin?
Let's have a look, yeah. Yeah, I think it's a fragment of an urchin test, yeah.
Oh, yeah, that makes sense.
Just
one little piece.
Yeah.
Thank you, pilot. It is amazing how well those stand out on the seafloor, though. What are we looking for?
Oh,
wow.
Oh, that's beautiful. That's a stingray.
Yeah.
Look at that.
Oh,
How
neat.
pretty. Oh, look at that.
That is so cool.
Well, this we did not expect to see.
Is this a normal depth for a stingray? We're at 408 meters.
Yeah, I don't think it's very surprising.
Okay. Oh, my.
Oh, look at that. Let me see if I can find some information as to which species it could be. Oh, neat.
Yeah, that's really cool. Pilots, could we put the lasers on? Oh, there they are. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. 8. What is it, like 80 centimeters across?
Yeah.
Wow. Thank you, pilot. This is so cool.
Yeah, I love this. They're just so gracious.
Mm-hmm. So what do stingrays eat?
They will eat mostly, I think, crustaceans, actually.
Oh, then maybe it would be good if we found a giant isopod.
And perhaps some fish.
Mm-hmm. Oh my God, so cool.
And we have Michelle here in the chat room saying that this is possibly in the genus Dasiatis, and it is a common species.
Okay.
Ooh, look at that. It's very
its
long.
tail is very long.
Very long. Ooh.
Oh my gosh, that's so cool. They really are quite graceful.
Yeah, this is the first stingray of our expedition.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, very long. Look at how long that tail is.
Yeah.
Yeah, we didn't expect to find this, and I'm sure she didn't expect to find us.
No, I agree.
Oh, let's see what it does with the urchin. Nothing.
Nothing.
Just went around it.
Did we find more urchins?
There are
Life
a
is
few.
fabulous.
Oh, there are more.
Yep.
There are a few more here.
Life is fabulous. Although I will say if we saw the stingray eat the urchin, it would be even more fabulous. It would just bring everything around full circle.
Yeah.
So we've already seen about 6 of these.
I'm not sure it will eat us, but it will certainly take away their debris at.
Oh, that's true.
So they will have to work hard to get those back.
Yeah, I think you're right. Yeah. That is so cool.
Yeah. Really nice.
Now we're going at super speed.
Yes.
So we're seeing a lot of these stalks again. I'm guessing most of them are going to be the zoanthids on
Yes, I
something.
think so too.
Yeah.
I think all of those that we've seen so far had the zoanthids on them. So
Yeah.
So let's see what else we can find now in this last maybe 20 minutes of the dive. So just a few minutes ago we didn't think we were going to find a stingray, and we did, so. Oh yeah, can we have a quick look at the coral that's right in front of us? Actually looks different from those with the zoanthid, so. And it is different. Oh, really nice. I wonder if this could be a plexaurid. Yeah, it also has one of those spider crabs, but a different one. I don't think we've seen this spider crab before in this dive. This one looks more ornamented and with these purple purple spots on it.
John, I would agree with you that this really looks like
A plexaurid.
the octocoral plexauridae in that family.
It's really
Another
neat.
possibility is an acanthogorgiid. And I'm saying that because the polyps are standing really tall relative to the mounds into which they would retract.
Mm-hmm.
So if it's possible to look a little bit closer.
Yeah, we will be able to look a bit closer.
If you have the time.
Sure. We're going to try to get a little closer because we were now at our maximum zoom. But we will be able to get a good close-up of those polyps.
Sounds good. The other thing is the skeleton looks kind of dark, which
Mm-hmm.
is something else I see commonly on the acanthogorgiids.
Mm-hmm.
And acanthogorgiid, that would be a different family of these sea fans, fairly closely related to the plexaurids.
Oh, and that spider crab is just beautiful as well. Look at those colors, Deb.
Yeah, a lot more
That's
colors
amazing.
to the crustaceans and things as you get into the shallower area of the deep sea.
Does it have little spines on its back too?
Yeah, it does.
Wow.
It's really ornamented, this one.
Mm-hmm.
I'm pretty confident this is acanthogorgia.
And acanthogorgia.
Yeah.
Okay, thank you. Thank you so much, pilots. And thank you, Scott. Oh, we have a... Oh, is that a squid there to the left?
So cool.
First squid of the dive.
Oh, wow.
It's just there sitting looking at us. That's really interesting. Wow. Oh, look at that.
That's so cool.
Yeah. And it hasn't really moved away, which is very interesting.
Probably deciding if we're a good meal.
Yeah.
That is so cool.
Yeah, squids and octopods never cease to amaze.
Mm.
Oh, look at those tentacles.
You know what I mean?
Wow.
You can kind of see the chromatophores, or their little color changing
Yeah.
cells kind of pulsing, especially on the
Yeah.
arms there.
Is that all of the skin, Sam, or is that just that red stripe?
No, it's all over the skin
All
there
over?
also. Yeah.
Yeah, so all the pigmented
Yeah.
looking things.
Yeah.
And
Oh,
different,
look.
yeah, you can
Oh,
really
yeah,
see it.
they're
you
like
can
flashing.
see, yeah, exactly.
Oh, wow.
Yeah.
And they change size and color, and some species even kind of the texture of it, which is really wild.
The other thing you can see really nicely is it has gills in that tube underneath where you're seeing the chromatophores change shape. And at the front of it, you see the funnel, and that's changing its shape. It's basically muscular, and so it's pushing water out of that space where it's doing its gas.
The mantle.
Getting its oxygen. And then if it wanted to get away really fast, it would shoot water out of that little funnel. Jet.
And Scott, if I remember correctly, don't they have multiple heart-like organs? Like not true hearts, but...
Yeah, they're sort of described as, 3 hearts. There's one main heart, and then there's 2 hearts that are associated with each of the gills just to make sure that, brain can be properly supplied and those big eyes can be properly supplied with oxygen. These are very active predators, so they need to have good flow.
It's super interesting. And the eyes, too, like that you mentioned them, that's one of the things they teach about convergent evolution, about how they've kind of developed this very, very good vision separately than the way we did with our cones and rods.
Exactly, yep. Very complex eyes that are enclosed, much like ours, with pupil cornea, fluid inside them, etc.
Probably not loving all the light that we're shedding on it right now, but...
It hasn't jetted away, which is kind of interesting. It is in that characteristic pose, sort of propped up on a couple of the arms. Not sure what that's about.
He's ready for his close-up.
Yep.
This is just fascinating.
Yeah, and it looks like, because they have the arms and the tentacles, so the 2 tentacles, it looks like that's what it's resting on. So they're a little bit longer.
Oh, and so Mike Vecchione, who is a squid expert, who's here in our chat room, and did say that it's an ilex species.
That seems to be quite common.
Yep. And did mention the 3 hearts as well.
And possibly Ilex coindeti, the species.
So do you think it's just resting?
Yeah, I wonder. I don't know. Possibly because it has remained still since we got here.
So it's a short fin squid.
Short fin squid. Yeah, and I would imagine this is an edible species. Asako was asking here in the chat room.
I think the ilex species are the commercial ones, if I remember correctly.
Yeah.
They are?
I believe so.
Yeah.
Yep, it is a commercial species.
Sam Squid Facts.
That are being
stream near you.
They're being backed up by Mike Vecchione in the chat, who is a squid expert. So you obviously are on the right track.
Every time I say something, I'm like,
You're doing great, Sam.
Yep.
You're doing great, Joanna.
Wait, where am I in all of this?
Deb is doing awesome.
Okay. Just checking. Just got a little worried there. So we've got about 10 minutes left in this dive. It has been a really interesting and impressive dive, lots to look at. We've been off the southwest corner of St. Croix. And it's really been great. So yesterday we dove on the northeast, about 9 nautical miles northeast of St. Croix, and now here we are at the southwest corner, and we're really getting to see some beautiful stuff that we didn't know was here.
Yeah, and while we didn't see so many commercial fish species,
Go ahead. I will ask. Hold on. Now, this is Watch Lead. I think we're okay with not doing any more water sampling.
And as I was saying, so while we didn't get to see a lot of the commercial fish species that we were hoping to see today, we did see a number of different fish species. Epigonos was one of the most common ones.
Cardinal fishes?
Yeah, cardinal fishes or green eyes was another one. We did see an anglerfish, a toadfish. Now we got to see
a stingray and a squid.
A stingray, a really large one, now towards the end of the dive, and one squid.
Yeah. And tomorrow, barring any issues with things like weather or sargassum, so barring environmental conditions, we will be diving in the Puerto Rico Trench. And after that, we'll have one final dive that will be probably on the northern slope
of the Puerto
Rico, which would be actually the southern slope of the Puerto Rico Trench.
Yeah.
And so hopefully you will join us for those as well, because they are bound to be interesting in a completely different way.
Yeah, and very deep dives as well.
Yeah, definitely.
Those will be the deepest dives we'll do on this expedition.
Yep. We just passed over like a circular trace. It was very interesting looking. Nope. I just keep hoping that before our last few minutes are up that we just come across another giant aggregation of those urchins, because it was just so cool.
But instead we're just coming across a number of these mysterious creatures that we've kept finding throughout this dive, the blue blobs.
The blue blobs?
Yeah. So there will be a few emails being sent out this evening, both to probably the sponge and coral mailing lists.
Yep, and if you didn't happen to be on a few hours ago, there's a raging debate in the science chat room and here in the control room about what those blue pointy blobby things were, bumpy things.
Yeah.
And it could be a sponge, but Joanna, our sponge expert, doesn't think it's a sponge.
It could be a coral.
A coral. But
our coral experts are also not convinced that it is a coral.
And for a while we thought it might be a tunicate, but there are no tunicate experts to say that it's not a tunicate yet. So they're going to keep looking. It's definitely not a rock.
It's not. They don't usually come in blue.
No. I mean, there are a few that come in blue, but not that one.
Not these.
No, not these rocks.
Oh, and I think we have, is there a fish there?
I don't know.
One last fish in our
arsenal of fish?
In our dive? Yeah. Looks like.
Joanna, you missed one of the cool fishes that we saw that had a black spot on its tail that looked a lot like its eye.
Oh.
And it was really cool looking. I think you may have been.
I did not see that one.
Yeah, you were out.
Oh, it's this one of our green eyes.
It doesn't look as green, though.
No.
It looks flatter.
It's a bit flatter, actually, this one. We haven't seen this in a while now on this dive.
I don't know.
I think we saw it at the very beginning of the dive.
So Nolan, one of our shoreside scientists, thinks this might be a duckbill. I certainly don't know. But it's really cool looking.
It is. It almost looks like a flattened sea robin a little bit without the big pectoral fins.
Joanna, do you have a guess at what this might be?
I was going to say a green eye.
It does look like a green eye, but the coloration seems to be different.
It is.
Which isn't always the best method of fish identification.
No.
Yeah. Unfortunately, what we don't have in the chat room today is a fisheries person. So, at least not right now, I think, unless Michelle is still on. Nope. So, and they are hard to identify sometimes.
They are.
And a lot of times, don't they need to look at the head right behind the gills or right at the gills to try to identify what type of fish it might be.
Yeah, and also the number of rays on the fins, and also the rows of number of scales on different rows. So.
And within the gills, there's these structures called gill rakers, which kind of filter out the water a little bit and protect their gills. And counting those is another
is also,
good identifier. But then there's other things like measurements of how far their nose is away from their eyes, or how wide their, in this case, duckbill is maybe.
And so that's what we're still getting in the chat room, the duckbill flathead.
Those are pretty descriptive words for what I'm looking at. I'll buy it.
Thank you, Nolan.
Thank you.
Yeah, that's it. It's always really interesting to me. It's not easy to identify things in the deep sea just from a visualization. Sometimes we can narrow it down, but we're not always immediately knowledgeable about what we're seeing. But that's why this is so great. We're collecting so much video. We're collecting still imagery that the scientists who wish to use this in the future can use this to make identifications and to understand things like extensions and ranges geographically, or connectivity between one place and another. And so this will prove valuable to those who are trying to understand more about the fish, the corals, the sponges of this area.
Yeah, or even just the relationships between different species and different groups in the different regions.
Yeah, and even if we can't get it down to the species level, often we can get at least family or genus, and that gives a lot of good information about those relationships.
Yeah. And so we're now really on the very last minutes of our dive here in the southwest of St. Croix Island. I think this was an excellent dive, and it was great to have such a nice scientific community joining us here through the chat room, messaging us on what we were observing. There are still a few mysteries to be solved, so that exchange of knowledge will also occur now through email over the coming couple of days. So that hopefully someone coming after us here to the same area and finding that blue blob will have a name for it. So we're really building on that. The knowledge that was advanced before us, and hopefully we'll leave more knowledge now.
Yep. And just as a reminder for people who have joined us perhaps a little bit later in the day, you may be asking yourself, well, why didn't they collect that blue thing?
And we could not.
Right, we could not collect today. We were too close. We were inside the territorial waters of St. Croix, within 12 nautical miles. And so we've been instead enjoying the amazing visualizations and still imagery and video that we're getting off the seafloor. That looks like another broken urchin shell.
Yeah, I think so.
Somebody really likes urchins.
Might have been that stingray.
It could have been the stingray. That's exactly what I was thinking. Although we did see it going over just over a few of those.
Maybe it just went hungry at that time.
Yeah. Well, I think it had something else on its mind.
Yeah, at that time.
Getting away from us.
Yeah.
Thank you very much for letting us know.
Thank you.
And thus ends a very successful Dive 8 of EX2206.
Of the Voyage to the Ridge. Thank you all for joining us.
Yep.
And see you tomorrow for
Hopefully.
a trench dive.
Yep.